This video contains 36,927 words. Every word was written by me, every word spoken by me in every clip. Around 9,500 in total were moved by my hand as I edited all 9 original videos. I do not get supported by YouTube anymore really, it's patrons who keep me making this series and making videos in general. I work truly hard to make these videos, and it's worth noting that Alabaster is already longer than East Blue Saga in terms of what I've written, recorded and edited. I really believe, fantastic Patreon reward tiers, and it'd mean the world to me if you could, if you enjoy what I do, check it out at the very top of the description, and if you choose to do so, support the work I do entirely alone that supports my family and my 2 gorgeous pups. I need all the support I can get as YouTube revenue continues to decline rapidly. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoyed the entire Everything Great About East Blue Saga video, and please note there's no further mentions of Patreon or anything else throughout. Enjoy, and hopefully see you on Patreon. A nice and simple start to the anime, laying out the general gist of the entire show in much the same way as Hunter x Hunter's start does. You know, for an anime which started airing in Japan on literally my 11th birthday, it's got a remarkably decent first OP. Good song, nice visuals, light to the world map view, and a look at all the peeps. Even though due to the music it comes across as being a tad on the childish side, it's still a good representation of the dangers of the sea in this world. Very briefly, not running on the spot. I like her, I've always liked her, I've seen a lot of her being into anime for years, but never watching this anime, so yeah, she gets a win. Luffy! To be fair to them, didn't have to animate that, fair few frames involved in it too. Nicely laying out the characters' personalities from the start. Luffy is a straight shooter, and for now, he's a bit of a coward. This short exchange does a real good job of letting us in on his carefree and funny side, I gotta say. In the same vein, this then lets us know that he's deadly serious about his goal, and it's far from a laughing matter to him. Cheesy sound effects aside, that was actually pretty damn funny. It's cool that in spite of being on opposite sides, one being a pirate, the other wanting to join the navy and catch pirates, that he still saves him here from his life with them. It's impressive that the very first episode included what I like to call fresh battles, where there's no repeated movements to ease the animation workload, and each movement is unique. The first of these types of his attacks. Mad props for literally including character building within the very first episode of your story. Hot damn! Just a quick one for thinking to include environmental damage after the attack. Certainly feels like there should be a win for the first time he beat a proper enemy on the high seas. Take a follow-up win here from win number 12. Again, in spite of being basically enemies at this stage, or intended enemies at least, he goes this far for him. Says a lot about him, I think. Very, very simple visuals with the ED, the future crew just appearing alongside Luffy, and a fairly nice song. Navy Base Island Senorita. I must admit, you can clearly see how the manga and anime truly has its own visual style in moments like this. They can absolutely have a win for this, as it's exactly what I was hoping was going to be said as a joke. I love that. Alex Dudley from the Trolls Crossbell Art games.
腹なんか減っちゃいねえ。目障りだ。とっとと帰れ。
意外と元気じゃないか、ロロのアザラ。
The mangaka avoiding exposition in the second ever episode, if you know what I mean by having him clearly try and get rid of her before they turned up without outright having it via internal monologue. With absolutely zero thought or hesitation, he leaps into action to save her from getting hurt. Should be mentioned that the soldier told her how to avoid getting too hurt before throwing her though. The anime, and of course the manga, did a good job of showcasing why characters are good guys from the start, like here with Zoro. Art style change!
ところ退屈だから明日ゾロを処刑することにしたぜ。
俺はゾロを仲間にする!
If there's one thing that can be easily said of Luffy at this early stage is that, whilst normally carefree, he's a man of goodness and honour, and so hearing this immediately sends him into action.
俺は偉い。終わりには近頃貢ぎが少ねえんじゃねえか。
The newer voice of Isaac Netero from Hunter x Hunter.
殺したんだろうな。
いや、だってあれまだほんのガキだし。
Thank goodness they included this moment in episode 2, otherwise pretty much no one would have one day been on board with him being a more important and not too bad of a character later on.
ゾロさんを助けられるのはルフィさんだけです。そして今ルフィさんを助けられるのもゾロさんだけだと僕は思います。
Is it just me or is that not a really well written statement? It's interesting really that one of the most important power aspects a character can have is revealed in literally the first episode and explored in the second.
ここでくたばるくらいならなってやろうじゃねえか。海賊に。
Have one for him joining the crew and doing so in a logical way as well, not just because he asked or whatever.
悪魔の実。それを食った奴はこの世のものとも思えぬ能力を身につけるという。
Getting the first proper introduction to these super fruits, which I only know a little about thanks to some non-spoilerish type research ahead of covering the series. Animating multiple characters moving within the same scene together.
俺は自分の野望だけは貫くぞ。世界一の剣豪になることだ。
Follow up to win number 33, he has a logical reason outside of survival to join Luffy, and I do like that.
ゴムゴムの
Normally, I wouldn't give a win for just another different type of his attack, but you gotta admit that one was pretty awesome how they did it, sweeping across the entire screen like that. Actually, some very nice and smooth animation on that battle, and again, very fresh. Smells great, all unique movements from one moment to the next.
ルフィさん僕ルフィさんの邪魔をしたくありません死んでもああ知ってるよ
Good to see character progression built in already. You almost never see that happen. It's episode 3 and he says this.
ゾロ
お安い御用だ、キャプテン。
Gotta admit, I'm shocked to be issuing out wins for stuff like this so early on, but the fact that clearly he knew Zoro would intervene before he got hit with the attack is brilliant.
バギー船長不死身のバギーと呼ばれている男
It's interesting how all of their stories were written within the larger story to have them head in the same direction and take up the same enemies, I gotta say.
海賊船はどこだ
I've talked about this before as someone who is really into starting from scratch type RPGs like the Elder Scrolls and GTA and so on. It's not an RPG, but you know what I mean. I do enjoy things like this. 2 wins here. Firstly, I love me a good old first look at the world map of the series. But secondly, I also really appreciated the lore drop at the same time.
ああ別れちゃうけどなずっと友達だあなたたち2人には自分の信念に生きることを教わりました
That was unexpectedly sweet.
アルビダの海賊船に2年いたのは事実なんだろう。海軍の情報力を見くびるな。その事実が知れたら入隊なんてできねえぜ。
It's very easy to look at the art and write it off as a glance as a kid's show, but you'd miss moments like this of realism or the heart on display, or the character growth early on and more.
か やったなこの野郎。
君らが仲間じゃないことはよくわかった。
わざとだったんだ。僕は最後の最後まであの人に頼ってしまった。
Although a little long-winded with the amount of punches he threw at the lad, it still proved a point to the men that he isn't a pirate, and so, with that exposition, Luffy proves he's a good guy once more.
私はまだこの子を信用しきれません。海賊が海軍のスパイになるという例もあります。
Bro, is it just me or is that not a continuously excellent display of realism and lore?
じゃあ
入隊を許可する。
Believe it or not, it's been about 4 or maybe 5 years since I covered the first 18 episodes on Anime Sins, and I can't recall this happening. Actually, most of it I've forgotten, but yay for him!
ありがとうございました。このご恩は決して忘れません。マサオーナー、ゴミー。
全員蹴れ。いい友達を持ったな。
はい。いつかきっとどこかで会いましょう、ルフィさん。
Can I just say, take a follow-up win here to the last win, because I'm genuinely enjoying this so much more now that my head is in a 100% wins brain area and not Sins. It's truly a different experience, and I loved this here. Getting our first glimpse of what set Luffy onto this path in the first place, which I'd also totally forgotten.
小さな船は転覆にご注意。ビンゴ。じゃあね。お宝もらっとくわ。Aside from being somewhat entertaining, what the win here is for is showcasing early on that she has navigational skills and understands the seas before meeting Luffy and joining the crew.
いつになったら陸に着くんだよ。
さあな。なんせ風任せ波任せだもんな。
Very clever win here. I like how their first boat is pretty useless because you can't even really guide it, much like hers just now, and thus an upgrade was much needed and added to the story in many ways.
シャンクス。
A well done scene by all accounts, showing the importance of the hat as a symbol to Luffy due to its owner, but also I liked how they did it slow motion and how Zoro clearly felt responsible to get it back.
これはガキじゃない。もう大人だ。
ああ、そう怒るな。ジュースでも飲め。
ありがとう。
掃除が好きらしいな。これくらいの方がやりがいがあるだろう。
なんで笑ってんだよ。あんなのかっこ悪いじゃないか。なんで戦わないんだよ。
Getting to see Luffy as a kid and how he became involved with pirates, but the main win is for showing how much he's changed, as clearly nowadays he's fairly laid back compared to here.
やけ食いか、ルフィ。その箱か。その箱の中のものを食べたのか。
Also getting to see Luffy gain his powers, quite funny how it happens by all accounts as well, especially the very quick shut up from him there, goes by so fast.
ゴムゴムの実は悪魔の実とも言われて、食えば全身ゴム人間。そして一生泳げない体になっちまうんだ。
Great to include a serious downside likely to each fruit, so it's not just a case of nothing but perks for eating them.
店に誰もいないんで何事かと思えば、いつかの山賊じゃねえか。
船長さん。
The amazing Kaito from Hunter x Hunter.
聞きよ。甘えこと言ってんじゃねえ。聖者でも相手にしてるつもりか。うぬぼれんなよ山賊。うちと一戦やりたきゃ軍艦でも引っ張ってくるんだな。
I absolutely loved how they handled that from a cinematography standpoint. The gun going off, but it's one of their men hitting the floor instead. Then they're over there looking like the Phantom Troop.
うせろ。
That rescue of Luffy and the aftermath there is totally worth a win. Dude looked like a total badass.
安いもんな。腕の一本くらい。無事でよかった。
My memory must be terrible because I made a video on this 5 years ago and totally forgot this. So plot twist.
この帽子をお前に預ける。俺の大切な帽子だ。大事にしろよ。
Between the powerful imagery of him gifting him the hat for his journey to surpass he and his crew and that great music, that was bloody brilliant.
ぼーっとしてっとまた落とすぞ。大事なもんなんだろ。
ああ。 Thank you な、Zoro. I liked that. Might be me reading into it, but I saw him as reverting back to that kid back then, when he put it on for a moment. Bit long to show it all, but them trying to take their ship and Zoro doing this.
悪魔の実シリーズのある実を食った男でね、とにかく恐ろしい人なんです。
Super intriguing that the mangaka wrote in a devil fruit user so early on into the story, I must say. Not running on the dinging spot. Not sure how I missed it the first time around. Guess, like I said before, my brain is in the sinning space, but I do really appreciate how serious he gets when someone messed with the hat. Definitely take one for these two meeting properly for the first time. She's eager to join him, which is pretty cool. I figured it would be the other way around, and he was very cool about it too. Jugo from Jujutsu Kaisen. That's the cursed spirit with the volcano looking head, by the by. Making his devil fruit ability be so wildly different to Luffy's really sets the stage for how varied the powers will be. I keep getting blown away by the lore. So easy to make it completely void of life, but instead, this house looks very lived in. Like, the animators took care to show that. I know I already win the voice actor, but take one more here for his actual performance. Does a great job of fitting this character. And this is why win number 71 was super important to fit in at the time and to do it right. By making the house feel truly lived in, seeing them recklessly destroy the homes hits so much harder. In many ways, this is an even harder shot for an animator to create because all the environmental damage is displayed so vividly, not just brushed over with some lines and such. I tell you, for a lovable goofball, he doesn't half come out with some seriously deep stuff from time to time. Have a silly win for literally making me think of Estelle from the Amazing Trails games when she did this. Same colour hair, using a large stick, I love it. Yet another instance of a fresh battle, not one repeated movement. Says a hell of a lot about her, actually, that she'd go this far to save the life of someone she only just met and who may be a genuine pirate bad guy in her mind at this point. That was actually fairly creepily done, but the win is for showing that devil fruits can impart more than one soul ability. The end of the episode can have one purely for going against the grain by having Luffy give him an order to run, yet Zoro fights a bit more, turns the cannon on them, and then they all escape instead. Zoro continuing to be a badass, and as I just mentioned, totally went against anime rules by rescuing Luffy before leaving.
店番さ。
店番？
そう、わしは奴の代わりに餌をやりに来たんだ。死んだ3ヶ月前にな、病気でな。
As a doggo dad to two good boys, one of whom is getting older real quick before my eyes, this kind of breaks my heart. This is what I meant before about the houses that were destroyed and the environmental damage. When that cage gets wrecked, the bits fly everywhere, and obviously they had to do that by hand. I do adore his carefree attitude at times like this. Massive props to the voice actress for the performance.
Video gets its first 2 max wins here. If you know me, you know I love animals so damn much. So naturally, as you can guess, this really made me tear up, defending his owner's place long after he's gone.
必ず良くなる。わしが戻るまでしっかり店番しててくれよ。留守を頼むぞ。
Yeah, then you go and give me that. Checked into hospital, every intention of getting better, and sadly never left. They totally found a wins vein that goes directly to my sappy heart and they're exploiting it. You know this gets a win. Very, very sad one for his home being destroyed. What I love about this is that due to the impact made by the hat earlier on, it shows that by allowing it to drop to the floor without a thought means that in this moment Luffy was overcome by anger for what he saw that little dog get taken away from him. Again, I loved that symbolism and non-exposition.
Just
like I said before, if you ever mistook this for a kids show due to the old style of the animation originally, you'd be absolutely floored by a real human moment such as this.
これしか取り返せなかったよ。あと全部食っちまいやがってよ。よく戦ったなお前。見ちゃいねえけど、大体わかる。
For this incredibly wholesome moment, both being nice to animals as usual type of win, but for the music on top of it really hitting that emotional vibe, it's 2 max wins again.
ああ、お前も頑張れよ。
Ah, go on then, you squeezed one more out of me for that ending. Loved the notion that the dog will now protect that single bag of food representing the store, and gave a thank you bark.
つい怒鳴って。いいさ、お前、いろいろあったんだろ。
Luffy really does grow on me more and more by the episode at the moment.
40年前、この土地はただの荒れ地だった。わしらは力を合わせて切り開き。
Oh, you so easily scored a win for giving me lore about the town and then showing it, not just saying it, bless you. Zoro surviving the blast, kind of a given of course, but the main win is for once again, it's so clever, showing the town and its people beforehand building, so when it's wrecked it hits home harder.
わしはこの町の町長じゃ。この町はわしが守る。待っておれ、道化のバギー。
Honestly, it's just the height of awesome to see this elderly man so angry at what's been done to his town that he wants to rush in his armor to save the day. Bless his heart!
俺たちが目指すのはグランドライン。これからその海図をもう一度奪いに行く。
Liked seeing the team form together under a common goal right now, but also how the larger goal is set in motion, that being getting the map of the Grand Line so they can get there. Them all turning up in, honestly, such a cool way as well. Music kicks in, I love it.
いい？私は海図と宝が手に入ればそれでいいの。
ああ、わかってる。
It's admittedly a small win, but I like how they placed Buggy and his goons, or the mangaka did really, on the top of a very large pub. I feel like most would just stick it on a building and call it a day.
手出し無用じゃ。
How Zoro stayed entirely calm in this moment, knowing full well that Luffy's intentions weren't to hurt him, but simply to knock him out of the fight he was clearly going to get himself taken out in.
あんた、なんで町長さんを。邪魔。
Oh. You're so getting a win for that easy breezy reply though. Very brief, not walking on the spot.
ゴムゴムの。
Huge praise to the mangaka for this early on, giving him so many ways to use his ability. I'm not sure I'd have thought of half of these and then come up with the rest of it all on top of it too. It's a new video once again, why not take another win for continuing to showcase excellent looking environmental damage?
今の風船みたいに膨れたの、何なの？ ゴムゴムの風船だ。それが何かって聞いてんのよ。
This is one of those times where they're getting a win for making a joke I'd hoped they'd make. She asks him what he did, and he just replies with the name of his ability, as though it answers anything.
このすかし野郎が
I like this kind of thing for some reason, where the bad guys can fight amongst themselves over internal issues. Just adds an extra layer of realism, especially with them being pirates and all. The anime once again totally breaking anime rules by having Zoro say he will handle this and then kinda getting taken out a bit at the start, like it's not looking good. They could have 100% saved on the animation budget and kept him stationary and no one would have cared, but instead they gave him slight animation and I love them for it.
うわー、かっこいい。あんたたちが勝とうが負けようが、私には関係ないからね。縁があったらまた手を組みましょう。じゃあね、健闘を祈るわ。
Basically a nice non-exposition way of her half not wanting to continue seeing Zoro get hurt, and the other half is maybe not wanting to care in the first place, since they're pirates still to her mind.
ゾロの戦いに手出すな。
Love it when Luffy starts to take stuff seriously, and they do a great job of pouring that across the screen to us by changing the animation style to appear more dark and serious in tone. Might be an odd win, but take one for the first time I've seen how he actually uses the blade in his mouth. Before now, it didn't make much sense to me.
こそ泥じゃねえ海賊だ
That was a cool thing to say at the end of the fight, not gonna lie.
でもこれだけあれば一刻も早くこの島を出なくちゃ。
One Piece really feels different in how much exposition is being avoided. She is clearly worried about the lads, but it's not like she keeps outright saying it, and I really appreciate that.
あの赤髪の男をよ。
赤髪？
This story already felt very interconnected, but now you only go and connect to these characters already, and it's only been a few episodes. It's madness.
知らんといや全く知らん。
何言ってんだ。お前バカか。
Oh man, I love these little moments from him so much. It's so good.
うちじゃ動きが取れんだろ。出す。
Kudos to already making these battles interesting enough. Then you add in the fruit powers and it's another level. Fruit user versus fruit user, and who knows what else in the future. How are you going to keep on doing so much environmental damage like it's never a big deal? As funny as it is, I more appreciate the realism that these bad guys aren't just knocked out for hours and are actually awake but have no intention of fighting monsters with their abilities.
バラバラホー。切り離し。
Half the win is again for Luffy getting serious, you just love to see that, and the other half is for seeing him actually get injured for the first time, understanding that he's still human.
僕もこの帽子に傷をつけやがったな。
ちゃんと守れ。
How is my memory so bad that I totally forgot this happens though?
立派な海賊になってな。約束だぞ、ルフィ。
That music and seeing the moment again absolutely gets one, especially for the music. Super lovely stuff. Drawing by hand, like 45 pirates stood watching this happen.
いずれこの船を降りるって言ってたよな。降りてどうするつもりだ？
自分の船を持つんだ。
I really enjoy it when a storyteller dives into someone's background, even if they're just a small side character, to tell us a little more about their history, and it's even better here, including Shanks.
さっき船長が。
Learning how Buggy ended up with his powers, and it's actually really hilarious.
手に切り刻んでやら。
I don't know if it was the reaction or the sound effects or anything else, but I felt that. I've been shouting out surprising moments from this anime early on, and here's another. They actually put some detail into where these townspeople are staying in the woods, with makeshift housing, etc. I can't believe this was something that was included during their fight scene. Luffy has some actually badass attacks, like to jump kick someone, extending his leg out shows that he can do some serious damage when he wants to, and that's awesome. I think it may have been Naruto I kinda mocked for having a useless woman who just kept yelling their names, but I must admit, I already like how often Nami gets involved in this one. Yet another different kind of Gummo Gummo attack hot! Feels like a big deal that this super important map has now made its way into their possession.
海賊たちの仕業に違いない。
ごめん、その3俺がぶっ飛ばした。うっかり泥棒だの海賊だのと言っちゃったな。海賊だ。
His personality is growing on me like no one's business, and it makes for such genuinely funny moments like this too.
シュッシュ、いない。うわっ。
The goodest boy, understanding that they're good people and so helping them out during their escape. A very nice callback to a couple episodes ago. Such a nice end to their time on the island. The mayor is okay and said his thanks. Luffy left behind a bunch of money to fix their town. Feels real good.
ま、幸か不幸か、俺たちの旅に航海士が一人加わったってことか。
On top of the last win, also take one here for Nami officially joining the crew. She's funny, she's useful in combat situations thus far. I like her for multiple reasons. Using this to start setting up the next arc of the story. That was nice for multiple reasons. Firstly, you rarely see panning shots of towns. Secondly, they went from dark to light, like the rising of the sun, making it feel even more peaceful. L from Death Note, fighting of the Phantom Troop in Hunter x Hunter, and Shigekeu, or Fatty, from JoJo's Diamond is Unbreakable, who I mentioned for a very specific reason JoJo fans will sadly know of.
船員の頭数にしても、この船の装備のなさにしても、とても無事でいられるとは思えないわ。
Using realism to nicely spread out the start of your story, ensuring the need for extra crew members, a better boat, more equipment and food and all sorts.
なんて、嘘だ
Funny enough, one of the very few things I remember from the anime from 5 years back. Minor plot twist! Yes, it's brief, but they still didn't have to actually animate them all walking away.
今日もいいことをした。この退屈な村に刺激という風を送り込んでやった。
Yes, it's not the greatest excuse in the world, but at least there is an excuse given right away as to why he lies.
人影は3つほど。よし、出動だ。はい。
How with all prior information he was ready to bolt out of there to safety, but learning it was only 3 of them, he was happy to go.
気をつけろ。人の気配だ。
It's a lovely little addition to the moment that whilst this is going down, Nami logically runs to the boat for safety from whatever is being fired at him.
俺の8000万の部下どもが黙っちゃいないからな。
Oh my goodness! That was one of the most intense and elongated awesome I've ever bloody heard! It's worth pointing out, in order to praise him as a character with a seemingly unlikable trait, he did rush off here to happily face off against 3 pirates to protect the village without anyone even knowing.
ピストル抜いたからにゃ。 命かけろよ。
Excellent callback to what was said when he was a kid and taken captive for a short while.
ヤソップだろ。おめえの父ちゃん。
That's so awesome where I mentioned before about the story and characters all being connected, and these guys clearly know people in each other's lives and from the past, which is brilliant, I think.
うまいだろ。子供の頃に会ったことがあるんだ。
If you know me and you know the channel, you know where this is going. Everyone's sitting around together, chatting and eating. I love stuff like that because I'm weird. Getting to see more of Luffy's background again, even if it's just for a little while. Always enjoy that. This probably shouldn't have made me laugh so much, but oh god, it really did for some reason. Suddenly changing up the art style all of a sudden. That's just a straight up gorgeous looking shot, that is.
気にすんな。なんたって俺は勇敢なる海の勇者だ。家の中じゃ息が詰まっちまうってもんだ。
His lie is actually really sweet. In order to protect his own feelings and most of all hers, he says, "Don't worry about me not being allowed in. As a pirate of the seas, I'd feel too confined in the house." What a lovely little addition to add to the restaurant. A notepad to take down orders, I'm guessing, by the booth. Very brief not walking on the spot again.
だからキャプテンが得意の嘘話で笑わせてるんだ。キャプテン、嘘だけは一流だからな。
I tell you, the mangaka really didn't take long to craft a likable aspect to this guy, because on the surface, lying all the time sounds terrible, and then you see this and you're like, he's okay.
さ、俺たち船が欲しいんだけどさ。
ダメだ。君は所詮薄汚い海賊の息子だ。何をやろうと驚きはしないが。
Just throwing these two moments together to show the clear difference on display from the animators of Luffy being his normal self versus when he's clearly angered by what he's saying to Usopp.
Usopp-san!
That was seriously cool and far better than him jumping all the way down and being uninjured for the sake of it.
俺が海賊の血を引いてる。その誇りだけは偽るわけにはいかねえんだ。
This makes him further rise in my estimations because he's someone who can be honest and upfront about his shortcomings.
なんでお前まで一緒になってんだ。
Luffy getting involved like the big kid he is at heart. Really good job of doing the internal set design nicely on this mansion. Loving the reverse mirror image there at the end too. That was a nice added touch. You really do have to appreciate how often One Piece dives into a character's past, and it's never feeling pointless, or like, I could have done without seeing it. It always adds something. In this case, her kindness, even as a child, and that same kindness her parents had. If absolutely nothing else, it really makes for one hell of an epic looking, albeit very weird, entrance. Smallest win of the video, him not massively overreacting at this was appreciated by me for some reason.
いつでも行けるぜ。お嬢様暗殺計画。
Now I should point out this is one of the few things I remembered from the 18 episode Sins version half a decade ago, so fairly big plot twist win. Bruh, seriously, that light trick was one of the coolest things I've seen in this anime for its time.
何のことだろ。俺今ここに来たばかりだから当然何も全部聞いた。
Oh my god, I adore moments like this. They're so good every time. That amazing reaction.
おい、どうした？落ちるぞ。殺すつもりはなかったんだがな。この高さじゃ助からね
え。It's awesome how characters they want to be redeemable later on have these moments now to set up for later. Not running on the spot. Take one here for his very real panic. I liked him saying he loves the village and its people, and then the bulk of the win is for seeing how he first started speaking to Kaya. A nice add-on that. Very brief but nicely done rotating shot. Doing the outro slightly differently with the water effect. I see what you did there. Some very clean running animation from a few different angles. They do a tremendous amount of wide shots of this town in these episodes, and I adore the watercolour look to them too.
みんな殺されちまうんだ。今度こそ本当なんだ。
Just wanted to point out the clever writing of linking his character to the boy who cried wolf. Hell, even Pinocchio with the lying and elongated nose and clothing style. That's seriously clever. Luffy and his personality are growing on me dangerously fast.
あいつはとんでもねえ悪党だったんだ。早く逃げろ。
だからってそんな嘘。
本当なんだ。本当なんだ。
The voice actor does a great job of relaying the anger and frustration of not being believed, and obviously the story is excellently crafted, so it makes sense that no one believes him. They found a wind's vein with not running on the spot and are totally exploiting it. Just putting this out there, what would be very interesting is if any of his lies actually turn out to be true or to come true in the end. I say this as they go into a lot of detail about them.
とにかく俺を信じろ。この村から逃げるんだ。
Huge credit to him for not just getting angry and running away or going through a whole emotional thing. He actively carries out a plan to save her life in spite of not being believed, and that's great.
やめて。
In the same vein as an earlier win, we're gifted with scenes showing that he can handle himself, and thus it then makes a lot of sense that he goes and joins their crew and is not just dead weight. Man, oh man, they do a whole lot of awesome looking art style changes in this one, don't they? Very few times in my life do I ever make this sound, but here goes. Aww, that was deserved as it was very sweet. He didn't want them seeing him cry or to be worried about his injury. Also says a lot about him that even as the kids, his only friends outside of Kara are telling him they basically don't like him anymore, thinking he again lied, that he never corrected them.
だから俺は海岸で海賊どもを迎え撃ちこの件を嘘にする。俺はこの村が大好きだ。
Hell yeah, take another here for the follow-up. What a badass legend to go to that extreme to make everyone else feel safe and think he was just lying. Wow.
とんだお人よしだぜ。古文まで突き放して一人出陣とは。
よし、俺たちも加勢する。
I love this crew already. Another art style change? Are you mad?
お前ら何ができる？
切る。
伸びる。熱せぬ。
俺は隠れる。
お前は戦えよ。
Everyone laying out what they're good at doing for this challenge, and him saying he can hide. That's good, man. I like that. The reveal of his true self is quite well done to my mind. Even looks like a warping of the house as night arrives fully outside and his twisted nature becomes known.
実に長かったよ、3年間は。
王女様、逃げて！
That's some awesome foreshadowing on why he pushes up his glasses like that in order to avoid slashing his own face. A surprisingly lengthy and tense scene as he hovers over her bed there. The absolute longest not walking on the spot of the whole thing to date. There's so many winds being mined from this vein that they're considering moving their families into a nearby, now thriving town because these winds ain't ever gonna dry up! I love how iconic ships are a big part of the anime and that so much effort goes into making them look totally unique.
地形はこことほぼ変わらないから坂道で食い止められりゃいいんだが。
大丈夫。なんとかなるさ。
One of those great moments where Luffy is actually taking things deadly seriously. A pretty interesting way by which to split up the group, even if it's just Zoro and the other three. And here we get his brave moment. Luffy got turned around, so he gets there first, further splitting the group by the by, very clever, and here he is taking them on like a legend, proving his worth.
俺の名はキャプテンウソップ。お前らをずっとここで待ってた。
That's a gorgeous looking shot of the ship in the background, the rising sun, and him standing there against the odds.
何？1億？すげえ。嘘に決まってんでしょ、船長。
なんと信じやすい人だ。
I don't know why, but him thinking he was telling the truth about 100 million crewmen is hilarious to me.
ジャンゴ船長、大変っす。
そうか、まずいな。
いえ、まずくはありません。
Why is this guy actually so funny though?
なんだあの女。園長、自分で催眠術にかかって道を開けてる場合じゃないでしょ。
This guy is a new Windsvane. He hypnotized himself and started letting his fellow pirates in front of him. Half the win is for him not running on the spot, and the other half is for the cool ass technique he used. Often in larger anime, I'm talking about the huge ones, it seems like characters get hurt, blasted, punched and squeezed, and yet they're completely fine. Good to see a decent attack here actually land hard.
坂道、お前たちを通すわけにはいかねえ。待て、村へ行くな。うるせえ。
Even injured like this, he keeps on going with the goal of not letting them up the slope and continues to rise in my estimations. Massive credit again to Nami, like I mentioned in part 1, not being like a certain other lady who just yell from the sidelines.
計画を乱すようなことがあったら、俺たちは全員殺されちまうんだぞ。分かってんのか?
I wonder if this was another moment from the mangaka to make him less of a bad guy in our eyes, without at all using exposition, as it could easily be argued he did this to ensure they're safe up there. I don't think I've issued out the first 2 Max Wins award yet during part 1, so take it here. Great slow motion moment as they all came flying back to the slope, and then this entrance looking totally sick. 2 wins here to kick off the episode. Firstly, you gotta give props for the voice actor. That's some consistent screaming too, like no voice breaking or anything close to it. Secondly, it's for another not running on the spot. Yet another different way to use his ability to attack. His growling in the background. A really impressive showcasing of the strength Luffy actually has in his body this early on in the anime. That. This moment got me appreciating how environmental damage was carried over scene by scene quite impressively, because although it may not look it, a lot was going on in the fight so far. A pretty easy way of showing his strength, given that 3 young lads pulling together couldn't unlodge it. A clever technique being used there to show the reflection in the ruined glasses of everything he's done in the house.
あなたに近づいてきたのです。そんなバカなこと。本当のことです。じゃあ、昨日ウソップさんが言ってたことは。
I'm glad they added this. It adds weight to just how much trust she had in him, because the average viewer might say, why would she not believe him? But initially, she didn't even believe this dude.
我々は本物の悪党をかばい、あの勇敢な若者を。
The payoff for the truth being learnt is actually even better than I thought it'd be.
逃げちゃいけない事態くらい分かっているつもりよ。
Says a lot about her that she throws herself headfirst into a situation as horrible as this in order to help the people of the island, in spite of it basically being her father figure doing the deed.
一人で外を出歩くなんて何かある。絶対何かあるんだよ。
I've noted an interesting theme in One Piece so far, and that's that the side characters are given quite a bit of screen time. They're not just there for the main characters to interact with and then on to the next main character scene. I'm actually giving a follow-up win here to win number 219, because here we cut back to this scene and again the environmental damage is consistent, such as the rock the pirate smashed before and so on. Purely Pisner from One Punch Man. The principal from My Hero Academia.
あいつら切り札じゃなかったのか?
Talking about consistent damage, it's pretty cool that he's still hurt and isn't magically back to normal since a few episodes have gone by.
切れるもんならね。
Keep in mind, I saw this episode 4 years ago. By the by, I'm into new territory from part 4 onwards, and I still got caught off guard by this twist.
何を切ったんだ? 俺は猫背なのさ。
like about this world is that strength and power is different across a wide branch of possibilities. It's not all down to one thing like the devil fruits. Makes for interesting fights. Huge credit for an anti-anime trope there. Let's be real, we were all very much waiting for someone to do something to save him, but he just gets out of it himself.
二人相手に攻撃を受けっぱなしじゃ罰が開かねえよ。
チンコなんて打ち込んだら多分あの二人組標的を私たちに変えて襲ってくるわ。
The dude is so tough he willingly takes a shot to the back to ensure that they consider him their main target and not those two since they're injured. He's nuts!
せめてあと一本刀があれば。
私が刀を取りに行くわ。
She continues to be great in many small ways, such as helping Usopp to somewhere safer earlier on, and now using her head without anyone saying anything and heading off to get his swords.
いや、キャプテンクロ殺される。
That's well done. I was so into the battles I legit forgot that he was even on his way down there. Fantastic use of very creepy music there to really sell the scene for the arrival of the big boss. Also though, the scene itself just looked really cool with it zooming from the ship all the way to his legs, and again, everything is consistent across the scene position and damage wise.
誰が軟弱だと？聞いてくれるぜ、キャプテンクロ。
This is another thing I really like. It's not very anime-ish for people on his own side to suddenly attack him due to an insult. That was awesome.
自分の顔を傷つけねえための奇妙なメガネの上げ方。
I know I already winged it during part 2, but take one here for when the anime takes a moment to reveal it. She continues to prove her worth, even whilst now injured herself. Really wasn't sure about the 3 swords thing when I first saw it, but he really does look cool in this stance. He really is cool with 3 swords though, isn't he?
このニャーバンブラザーズを一撃。
I mentioned in part 2 that it would have been a hard sell to show him as a good guy in the future if he did too much bad stuff now, so it's good that he isn't just like attacking her next to him. A good addition to win number 231. It's got nothing to do with a devil fruit, but he has this ability that really helps his allies in battle. It's just a thing he can do and allows for similar stuff down the line. Luffy saving her by accident, and of course, once again, she's just really helpful during the battle. She's already done like 4 or 5? No, 5 at least different things to seriously help already. Luffy getting woken up and getting back into the game!
ナミ、お前、肩怪我したのか？
なんでもない、平気よ。
That transition of him being angry at her, thinking she hurt his face with the disc, to him being genuinely concerned for her health, with what can only be described as a caring tone of voice.
頑張って、私の宝のために。よ
っしゃ、それでこそお前だ。
Her not just changing overnight and still very much being in this for her treasure makes perfect sense.
そろそろ皆殺しの時間だ。
It must have been a serious pain to have to animate his blades, with there being 10 of them, and him moving his arms all the time, but they did it! And just a straight up awesome looking and unique zooming out shot.
ごめんなさい、ウソップさん。
Usopp being a legend and rescuing her in spite of their last interaction being so bad, but obviously he doesn't let that stop his feelings for her, which is nice.
あなたが遺書を残して死ぬ。この2つは絶対なんですよ。この3年であなたも立派になられたものだ。カヤお嬢様。
Credit to the voice actor for being able to switch between the evil pirate captain and then the caring man who was like a father figure to her. Actually take another one here because I do like how he doesn't just repent and struggle with his actions. He's a horrible person through and through, and that's unique for an anime, really. They do such a great job as a studio with these totally unique kinds of angles and shots. Now that's the kind of anime trope I was talking about, but it was still incredibly awesome how they did it. Such an awesome end to the episode, I love it. Nice art style change there too. Looked like it was ripped right out of the manga to me. The studio really does deserve so much credit for the dedication to animation quality. I mean, there's so many people in the scenes, from 2 angles, but all of them are hand done and look good too. At the very least, it says something positive about him that he didn't attack them. Easily could have done that, and someone saves them, but he chose to walk away. For the final time, take a win for the position of everything in the scene. I can almost feel the annoyance of having to place everything and remember where it should be in the scene. Hats off to them. For an older anime, I'm really impressed with the music, sound, and animation style on the battles. It could have been done a lot easier than this, but they clearly took some harder routes for quality. Two wins here. To start off, it's great that the kids are included yet again. Oda did a great job of including them, so it logically could lead to this scene with them directly helping. But also, whatever song that is playing in the background is straight up lovely. Sounds like some classical type music or something. You know what's weird? In the Sin's head space, I believe I found Usopp to be useless, but in a Win's brain, I look for good qualities and everything else, and so here, he's just a badass helping them in that state. JoJo looking stance! I mean, after I said the 3 swords thing was cool, would be incredibly lame not to include this moment. Arguably the coolest looking thing he's done with the 3 swords to date. Always been a personal favourite of mine, characters finding a way to push past their limits, and I never expected him to be doing it so early on, I must say. You know, even though I wrote the last win, I like this even more. Sometimes you just don't have anything in the tank, and that's what happened here, and it's realistic. This got the video its first 2 max wins. First of all, outstanding voice acting, that was epic, but secondly, it's because it hyped me to new levels, especially when that music then kicked in too. Great demonstration of Luffy's strength. It's not 100% about just being rubber, that's for damn sure, boy. It's really interesting getting to see Luffy fight someone whose main strength is his speed, really, and how he'll handle the fight. Just enjoy watching him fight, to be fair. See, now this is the kind of stuff I love. His first 2 attacks failed, so this time he attempts to grab him and attack down the middle. It doesn't work, but it shows he's not just throwing the same moves. I won't keep banging on about it, but the same thing applies here. A sweep to make him jump, and then try and catch him whilst he's in the air instead. That was creepy and well animated. Learning his reason for giving up his old life to concentrate on his plan, and it's pretty logical and straightforward. He's tired of being endlessly chased, and it's fair enough.
海軍はあんたが死ぬまで追い回すと思うぜ。
船長相手は何隻だ
1隻です
I think it's really clever to have this conversation from the past take place during a time where they are both literally being attacked by the Navy.
砕けた顎でそれだけ吠えられりゃ上等だよ
The anime leaning into an unexpected darker side here. Marines taken out, him coughing up blood, and then this. That was very much unexpected.
そしてお前はこのキャプテンクローを捕まえた男だ。キャプテンクローを捕まえた男だ。
またやってるよ副船長
God, I just love it when he accidentally hypnotizes himself.
って名を上げることが怖くて海賊がやれるか
Luffy's strength again on display, but this one is for how different he is as a pirate. Really makes you understand early on that not all pirates are clearly going to be the same out there.
どこに逃げた？
こっちだ
I know it's only for comedy, but I honestly felt that. Like, a little bit of fear for them getting caught.
ありがとう助けてくれて嬉しかったみんなの気持ちだけで十分よ
I love this because the voice actor managed to bring across a calm but urgent tone. A quick thank you, but I'll be okay and you need to leave because she knew he was getting closer. This is what I was speaking on before about giving side characters a hell of a lot of time in the limelight.
この計画の心配なら不要だてめえらの屍さえあれば何なりと濡れ衣を着せられるからこの俺の生存を知る輩に生きててもらっちゃ
A prime example of how this guy is just nuts and evil basically. He's more than happy to turn on his own people at the drop of a hat.
バカかお前らかっこ悪い海賊団だな
Loving Luffy's casual take on what he's just seen and heard, but with an undertone of, this isn't what pirate life is to me.
これが海賊のあり方というものだ
Interesting that he felt the need to break the silence between them as Luffy just stared after hearing the nonsense spill out of his mouth that his men should just die for his plans.
言ってみろ
Rotating shot like it's absolutely no big deal whatsoever.
本物の海賊を知らないんだ
Great statement and a great attack.
今度は壁か何が起こってるの人が突然切られてく
To me, this is exciting, going back to what I said earlier on about unique battles. It's not just about devil fruit. This guy is just a strong guy and yet has this insane ability.
お前は仲間を何だと思ってるんだ
Luffy is my favourite for times like this, where his notion of what it means to be a pirate is spit on by someone horrible and it breaks his calm, carefree demeanour. He managed to grab him in spite of the incredible speeds he's going and take him down. Their attacks being quite clever for a bunch of kids, showing that they've learned from Usopp in terms of using the environment and simple tools to gain the upper hand.
さっさと用を済ませた方が良さそうだな。
They really do have some excellent music in this one.
疲れたのか
How is he so incredibly carefree though? Now that's anti-anime right there. He says, I'm gonna show you fear and then cook you. Basically more threats, but then right off the bat, Luffy adapts to his speed and grabs him. Yet more time in the spotlight for these kids. Back-to-back wins. Firstly, Luffy is more than aware what kinds of people these guys are and wants no part in them rooting for him to win. But also how they keep on flipping back and forth between the active battles like this. This attack, but again, he just said my plan will not be fooled and then he gets hit. This is normally where he'd find a way out of it, isn't it?
てめえは一体何なんだ
モンキー D ルフィ俺は海賊王になる男だ
The end to what I thought was actually a great series of battles, and it's great how in the end only one person made it off the slope and then was taken out by Usopp. That was sick. Two wins once more. Firstly, I appreciated his standing tall and looking threatening till the last second so they'd leave, made me think of All Might at the end of season 1 of My Hero Academia, but also how she turns up in perfect time to aid again.
キャプテンクロの方がスタンダードなんじゃない？肉が食いて。こいつは。
Just a nice subtle look from him at the comment about pirates. Clearly they have their opposing views, but it seems Luffy has understood her a little better after the people he's met so far.
今ここで起こったことを全部秘密にできるか？もう終わったことをわざわざみんなに話して恐怖を与えることはね。
He's great, even after everything he's been through. He'd rather the villagers live in peace, thinking their island was never so close to being attacked, and live happy lives instead.
今朝はどうしたのかしら、ウソップ君。
なんか調子狂うな。やる気が出ないや。少し強く言い過ぎたかな。
It is actually hilarious to show this side to the equation too, that these people kind of want him to run around shouting and, in their minds, lying, so they can get motivated in the morning. It's actually cool how Oda gave them a little base, an ickle flag flying, and some stumps with a kind of training thingy on it for them to practice their long-range attacks.
俺は本物の海賊になるんだ。
そんなの急すぎるし、キャプテンこの村大好きじゃないですか。
So sweet that the kids react in this way. Clearly they all deeply care for him.
できた。ウソのお兄ちゃん。
キャプテンウソップと尊敬を込めて呼ばれるようになってきたか。いろいろあったな。
Oh, what a welcome back story about how they first met, and this is 1,000 times more sad than I probably found it to be 4 years ago.
ウソップ海賊だわ。解散する。
Such a great end to the Usopp Pirates that they're getting max wins for it. Him telling them to follow their dreams, full of tears all around, the flag breaks away into the sky and they're disbanded. It's a small thing, but how you can see that there were pictures hung up in his house all this time. So stupid. Might be a symbolic way of showing how he's wrecking it so he can't return to it. Let me know what you think.
いい船だな。特にこの選手かっこいい。
Them getting their first big ship is such a huge deal.
何言ってんだ。早く乗れよ。
俺たちもう仲間だろ。
It's nice to see how casually they agreed to take him on board, like it was already decided, which is very cool, and now they get a new crew member. I love it.
ちゃったな、キャプテン。ああ、でもさ、あの人たちと一緒だからちょっと安心したよ。
These kids were awesome. Part of the reason they were making such a big fuss was because they were worried about him going out there alone.
嘘をつくなって。
本当はウソップ君を引き止めたかったことですか。
Oh, that's really sad actually. She said she was fine with him going, wasn't going to try and stop him, but she actually did want to. That got me for some reason.
父ちゃんが俺たちのこと迎えに来たよ。
バカなこと言うもんじゃないよ。
伝説の薬があるんだ。そんな病気でも治しちゃう。海賊が来たぞ。
My god, that is so much sadder than I thought. He started lying to try and make his ailing mother feel better at the end of her life. Damn man, that hurt. Max wins for that.
あなたはこれからもっと強くなる必要がありますね。今日までの彼の行為に応えるためには。
Just a lovely end to her story as well. That was some outstanding character writing and building across the board for this arc, and I am deeply impressed by that. Seeing all of them now together on their ship with a new crew member, totally worth that win.
やるさ。キャプテンの後は俺たちが継ぐんだ。海賊だ。
Such a beautiful ending to this part of the story to include that. So well done. The start of the episode nicely showing each of them doing their own unique things. Usopp is having fun in his own mind, Luffy is painting a new flag, Zoro is sleeping and Nami is looking over maps.
カフェに落書きを続けて50年。絵に描けちゃ俺の右に出るもんはない。
すげえ !50 年かよ。
I don't know which one is more funny. Him picking such a high year, or Luffy thinking he's telling the truth straight away.
これが俺たちのマークってわけか。
よっしゃウソップホニモン書いてくれ
Then finally getting their own proper flag also feels like a big deal.
こっちでいいのかなんかやばそうだぞ。
Multi-wins time! I do just enjoy the fact that they're out there in the wide world floating along. It gives me a real feeling of freedom and exploration. On a different avenue, the wind here just doing its thing. Normally in anime it only kicks in when someone says something important or confesses their love or whatever. This is exactly what I meant by the previously mentioned freedom aspect. It's early on, but I do appreciate already getting a better understanding of this world's flora. Tons and tons of not walking on the spot there. Zoro proving why I like him so much, that even when faced with scary stories about this place, he really doesn't care. I mentioned flora, but now here's your win for fauna.
神の裁きを受け、その身を滅ぼすことになるのか？
知るかなんで俺に聞くんだ
I adore how that was actually mentioned as coming across more as a question than a statement.
いや、俺は昔のことなんて聞きたくないぞ。
何言ってんだお前が言ったんだろ
This entire conversation between them is so easily worth a win. And Luffy pointed out how he brought it up.
早く起こせっつの。
This guy never did a lot of voice acting work on anime or video games, nothing I'd seen, but I did want to honour the fact that he voiced this role since he sadly passed away in 2016 at a ripe old age, so take that win.
箱入り息子なのかお前
ああ、小さな頃から大切なお坊ちゃんで、なわけあるか
I mean, how can I not give that reference a win, living a literal sheltered life? Such a nice touch for me. So often in anime, people seem to go days or weeks without eating or drinking, but it was oddly so cool to see Usopp settle down for a sip of tea whilst they chat. They somehow managed to use the same joke again, and this time I laughed even harder at it. Getting a proper look at the average person who comes back from the Grand Line and gaining an understanding of what it must be like there, rapidly rising my interest in that specific location.
どうしたか今先に行くぜ。
ああ。
I seriously appreciate how they're always giving us a look into the past for both the characters and the locations that they're visiting. They've done this numerous times now.
お前海賊専門の泥棒だよなあんた失礼ね私だって場をわきまえてるわ
They're all good people really, and she shows herself to be one here. Not only will she not take the treasure, but she's happy to get it for him, which is very kind. A whole bunch of animation there when they really didn't have to do it at all.
俺の宝を、早く早く。
嫌だ。
何？
あんたいい加減にしなさいよ。
ないんだろう中身が。
ああ、全部空っぽだ。
Guess what? They're getting max wins here. I 100% forgot that they were empty, and what Luffy does is nothing short of lovely. It fails, but it's pure wholesome loveliness. Is that a word?
あとはワンピースしかねえだろ。もう一回俺たちと海賊やろうぜ
Even though he chooses to stay behind, it's so easily worth a win that Luffy would invite him to join the crew, even knowing he wouldn't exactly be a great member due to his sheltered existence. Now even I'm using the joke.
こいつらと20年、辛いことも嬉しいことも分け合った。離れるわけにはいかねえさ。
Being nice to rare animals is always a win.
じゃあな達者でなさようなら
してお前が世界を勝ちまえ
It's been literally one episode, and yet even this feels like a fond farewell to the guy, I gotta say.
大砲の弾じゃないよこれせっかく大砲あんだし練習でもしようかなって
Something I love in gaming is starting from scratch like in Grand Theft Auto or the Elder Scrolls games, and so them having a new boat with a new cannon and some new cannonballs feels pretty cool.
で世界を半周したの
どうやってやるのかな
Might be Luffy not paying attention like he does sometimes, or perhaps he's starting to cotton on to the fact that he does tell some lies from time to time, and by that I mean a lot. A lovely looking sinewy shot. Also though, baby Zoro.
それでは始めます。
I really like the idea that part of the origin of his fighting style arrives from the notion of just using as many weapons as possible that ends up being effective.
神前に礼。礼。始め。
That's such a nicely added touch that he drops 2 of the swords from his mouth whilst bowing. See, this is what I was talking about before in regards to the very unique angles they often used in this one and do such a good job at doing them.
知らねえ。俺は今日初めて市内を持ったんだ。
今日初めて。
二刀流なんて10年早いわよ。
Also doing a good job of showing his perseverance and fire that he had even as a kid that clearly carried over into his adult life. It's interesting that at episode 19 they're still spitting out new songs, and to be honest, it's a good one that does fit the theme of him training so hard in order to beat her next time. Impressive deciding to, within a weekly airing long anime, animate a montage instead of simply running music over a series of still images.
負け犬は黙ってることね。吠えるだけ惨めになるわよ。
Not walking on the spot for so long, I had to show it instead of merely talking over it because the animators really didn't have to do that.
けどクイナも同じく強くなっていってるんだよ。
ゾロ顔洗ってくる。
It's a small thing, but I can appreciate how they added the concerned students' worry for him as he walks away. Just adds to the notion that he's been there for over a year and now they know him well. Once again, the wind just casually doing its thing as it should. Speaking of new music, they again add one here that for me gets a win, as it's fairly frantic sounding, which I think fits the tone nicely since they're children fighting with real swords after all. Also take one here for the fresh attacks at the start, no repeating the movements over and over, each swing was unique to start. I know it's a weird thing to win for a flashback, but it's pretty cool that she's so strong she was able to disarm both of his weapons without actually hurting him at all. Speaks to her strength.
男の人より弱くなっちゃうんだ。私ももうすぐ君にも追いつかれちゃうわ。
I also know it's the third reference this video, but that music really is gorgeous and just reminds me of Hunter x Hunter, which is my favourite anime ever.
男だとか女だとか、俺がいつかお前に勝った時もそういうのか？実力じゃねえみてえに、俺かお前が世界一の剣豪になるんだ。約束だ。
How he was able to give a pep talk way back then during his younger years.
2本でダメなら3本だ。
Someone wrote a comment in part 3 stating that they think he must have a super strong jaw to be able to hold a sword in it, so I think it's pretty cool that here they literally show him training for that.
クイナが死んだ。
Needless to say, I'm so happy that I hadn't covered these on Anime Sins years ago, because this caught me off guard so hard. It's a GLPT of the highest order, a god level plot twist, and it gets max wins.
蔵の階段から足を滑らせたんだそうだ。
That is so incredibly sad, and the worst part is the notion that you're the strongest swordsman in the world, yet she died so easily like that. That caught me off guard, that did. That's so well done, and it should be noted that everything he's doing now seems to have changed and is being done with anger or frustration more than proper training like how it was before. Yeah, go on, take another one here as a clear follow-up to the last win. He's grieving, really.
どんどん強くなる君に負けまいと、あの子はさらに練習をするようになった。今の君を見ていると、私も切ないです。
I must say, for a long-form anime, this isn't the type of character development I'd expect from a backstory. Oda really outdid himself here in my eyes and created something special.
俺にくれよ。
クイナの刀を。ああ、いいとも。
Now it makes a lot of sense why he naturally gets so angry when the swords are mishandled, like at the marine post where he allowed himself to be taken and during the slope battle.
クイナの魂と夢を君に頼みます。
I'm giving this another one here. It's just a beautiful and incredibly sad scene with a true feeling of honor behind it, guiding them both, and I can really feel it. I'll remember this. What an awesome demonstration of his new adult strength. Jeez.
あれから8年ですか。いよいよ旅立つのですね。
Just adding this because it goes to show what kind of a man he is. Even after 8 years, he still keeps her in his thoughts.
約束を果たすために。
Stupidly well done that was.
すげー！一発で当たった！
This feels like the first lie that comes true after leaving his home. Even he is shocked to hit in the first try.
音楽家！
アホかてめえ！
あんた後悔を何だと思ってるの？
How he links all of the talk about the kitchen to wanting to get a musician aboard.
なんだか知らねえけど、俺たちの夢を壊すんじゃねえ！
I enjoy Luffy and his personality. He's nice, but if you keep on messing up his ship, you're gonna get whacked.
まさかこんな海のど真ん中に？
まあ楽しみにしてな。
I don't know why, and I kind of mentioned this during episode 18, but there's really something to be said about this world, about the wide open seas filled with so much adventure that really appeals to me. Having it make perfect sense why he came aboard and attacked, logically thinking they're enemies.
ルフィ、ウソップ、倉庫にライムあったでしょ？聞いてんの？持ってくるのよ、今すぐ！解決病よ。
She proves her worth once more here, figuring out what's wrong with him right away as he's being affected by a real-world issue pirates used to often face. Take another here for clearly showing how much these two regret the cannonball incident. They rush off together at speed to grab limes, and then it's both of them applying the limes to him.
昔の船は保存の効かない新鮮な野菜や果物を乗せていなかったから。
As a lover of all things history, I liked her going over a little more in depth here on it too. This super weird but overall nice celebration of joy. Even though I don't know Johnny from any other work really, he can have a win for voicing like 20 to 25 people in this anime. That's some serious talent. This view and zoom out shot through the window. The small but very entertaining ways they set up the coming stories gets me hyped. Basically what I was talking about when I mentioned the wide open seas filled with various cool things.
これはルフィ！俺だ！ウソップだ！海賊旗は俺が書いた！
Luffy becoming increasingly annoyed with him stepping forward for questions for the captain. Nicely avoiding exposition here, when very clearly the guy on the wanted poster is someone she's angered by, but they don't have it all be spat out via internal monologue or whatever. Have a big win here for it basically being their first sea battle, but also how he deals with the cannonball like a boss. Him thinking that this was his fault and they somehow replaced it already is the height of hilarious. Plus, great voice acting on that too, I must add. Big props for showing the boat being repaired instead of it just magically being as it was by the next scene.
くそ違います。お客さん。スープが冷めます。熱いうちにどうぞ。
The villain Redestro from My Hero Academia. Most modern anime seem to do a simple style of animation, but old One Piece stands out to me for, as mentioned before and again here, seriously unique shots and angles from time to time.
たった1、2週間のただ働きで落とし前がつくめえよ。
This giant ass hat of his.
勝った。
These guys taking every chance they get for a quick dance.
どうですお姉さん。俺と向こうでワインでも飲みませんか。腹の足しになるのかい。
何？なるのかって聞いてるんだよ。
Already getting a feel for the kind of guy he is after such a short period of time is pretty impressive. They basically didn't waste any time at all.
食い物を粗末にすんじゃねえ。
Yep, this guy is pretty damn cool. Deserves his own follow-up win.
クソコックにクソコックと呼ばれる筋合いはねえ。お客様あってのレストランだぞ。
Oh man, I'm good. I managed to pick up that this was Endeavor from My Hero Academia. Also, he voiced a character in a couple of the Trails games too. Actually, 2 characters in 5 of the games, I think?
てめえのせいだ小僧。
おっさんが壊したんだろ。
It's good how Luffy was sorry about what had happened earlier, even though it wasn't really his fault, but now is standing up for himself and arguing back like this. Even that speaks to his character.
考えや。てめえもだ。さっさと出ていかねえけ。
I like this old man. He's a good character because he doesn't do this one-sided. He hits them both. He's very violent basically, but for good reason so far anyway.
申し訳。
Also says a lot about these cool customers, not literally, that witness this happen and just stand their ground unfazed.
金はないんですね。はての野郎店の椅子。
すげえパワー。
I really enjoyed that badass attitude from being all friendly to saying, so you have no money, right? And bashing him. That was sick.
もう二度と来るもんか。
Not crawling on the spot.
腹減ったやつの気持ちは誰よりもわかるんだよ。
Makes for one very unique, not to mention interesting character trait, that he feeds people who could well end up being his enemies, or even are his enemies at this point. How can there possibly be so many great songs this early on though? This genuine human emotion and dropping of the stubborn bad guy act was wonderful to witness. That's what his giving a potential enemy food brought out of this situation, and was, as stated, wonderful.
おいコック、お前仲間になってくれや。俺の海賊船のコックに。
It feels like we're about to have a new crew member join. That's a win where I'm from, baby.
おかげでバイトのウェイターたちはビビって全員逃げ出しちまって。
Luffy's fun personality really shines through in moments like these.
岩田をバカにするとぶっ飛ばすぞこの野郎。
Feels like the ideal time to then showcase the other side to him, angry at a potential comment against the hat.
あ、こいつで5人目だ。
なんで俺が入んだよ。
I know it's only a small joke, but this really made me laugh harder than expected. But also I enjoy how once Luffy sets his mind to something, he goes after it like crazy.
なんせやつは50隻の海賊船の船長たちを統括する海賊艦隊のドンなんだからな。
Did you just give me some background here and, like, kinda carve it into wood? That's insanely unique, dude.
でも俺は行くぞグランドラインに。
他人の俺にあんたの意志を止める権利はない。ただ忠告だけはしておきたかったんだ。
I like this guy. He didn't throw up a bunch of exposition about the Grand Line. He even said, you're young, get experience out here first, then go later. But it was really just good advice.
さあ食いに来ていいか。
いつでも来いよ。
ありがとうサンジさん。この恩は忘れねえ。
This wholesome moment between them as he thanks him profusely for the food he gave him.
怒られる理由と証拠がねえ。
This guy is nothing if he's not confident and seriously unique as characters go.
言い続ける理由を知ってるか。料理長の座を狙ってる。
Ah, it's so stupid, but it really does get me. Just casually wrecking everything in the background.
めえにゃ悪いと思ってるが。
Well, that gets a win for the most disgusting event thus far.
この苦しみに耐えきれぬ僕を
My god, his personality doesn't have to a 180 flip when he meets an attractive woman, does it?
案内します。会場レストランバラティエ。
A good end to a good episode though, really setting up the meat of the arc. As far as a power structure goes, it feels like it's making more and more sense now as the episodes go on and new characters are introduced. This guy is clearly very strong.
お、やんのかこら、手加減しねえぞ。やっちまえそら。
In moments like these, the characters' personalities are just oozing out into the story, and thus far, I must say, they do feel as though they have more about them than some other long anime I've seen.
もちろんタダで。
ありがとう。
お前ら払えよ。
That wasn't getting a win until that sly and hilarious comment at the end there. It's a personal win, but this place really reminds me of the first location you visit in Xenoblade 2, albeit this is in the sea and not in the sky, but it's still similar and I do like that. Good memories. A perfect example of how wildly unique and important their ships are to the world. Puts me in a stage of awe when I see that such a huge and powerful ship clearly went up against another huge and powerful ship since it's badly damaged. Well now, that was very much unexpected. That's a classic plot twist win where I come from.
もうどれくらい食ってねえかも。わからねえんだ。
UP from Hunter x Hunter, one of my favourite bad guy characters of all time.
おい、そこどけパティ。
Exactly what I meant by a building power structure. He easily beat up the guy earlier, who in fairness was starving, but still, and yet Sanji easily floors him.
ほらよ、銀、そいつに食わせろ。
And here we are again, glad I was proven right, another potential enemy, and yet he chooses to feed him.
勝ち続けるために手段を選ばず、ここまで上り詰めたやつなんだ。
The wins regarding his personality wouldn't be anywhere near as impactful or cool if everyone he fed ended up indebted to him. Clearly this is going to be a case of where he shouldn't have helped. Even though you could basically tell what was going to happen, the fact that he immediately went after Sanji of all people got this a plot twist win.
うまかったよ。生き返った気分だ。
At the same time, this gets a plot twist win, as I genuinely didn't expect that firstly, he'd go up against his captain, and secondly, that he'd happily attack him for doing so. Even though there's repeated animations on the people running away, there's still a bunch of animation going on there.
すでに餓死も出ている。
This for me gives the first real good understanding of how dangerous the Grand Line is, to be honest.
厨房さ、あと100人分飯を用意しなきゃならねえ。俺はコックだ。それ以上でもそれ以下でもねえ。腹すかしてる奴がいるってんなら食わせてやる。ただそれだけだ。
This is just me, or is this not an insanely interesting character trait, no?
てめえはクリークの回し者かよ、サンジ！厨房に入らせるわけにはいかねえ。お前のイカれた行動にはもう付き合いきれねえ。
I like how Odin didn't just breeze over the fact that naturally these cooks would be dead set against his plan to just go up there and cook them 100 meals to revive his fellow pirates.
そんな客だろうと接客の準備は万端よ。それは食当たりミートボール！
I like this guy, and not just because of who the voice actor is, but because he lifted up a giant cannon and fired it at this dude. That was amazing. Plus great voice acting on him, by the by. Nicely done. Big fan of unique armor in my video games over here, and I won't lie, soon as he started popping out guns all over the place, I was freaking out.
この俺に逆らうんじゃねえ。この俺は
最強なんだ。
I'm sorry, but that requires an additional win. From the guns that can be put away with that cool metallic sound to the diamond-looking gauntlets, I'm still freaking out.
100食分はあるだろう。さっさと船に運んでやれ。ゼフだと。
The fact that this was his reaction to seeing him and that it happened at the end of the episode. This is what I meant when I wrote win number 420. They're really good at ending episodes with hype.
なあ、グランドラインの落ち武者よ。
This is the first time that it's actually laid out in regards to what happened to him. He wasn't just in a huge battle as I mentioned before, but he lost that battle. It's only brief, but they felt the need to give us a little backstory on a side character, and I always love that.
赤足のゼフ、貴様は勝ってあのグランドラインに入り無傷で帰った男。
おっさんもグランドライン入ったことあんのか。
This awesome reveal, and now it makes perfect sense why Oda had Luffy and his crew be guided to this place so soon into their journey.
ワンピースをつかみ、この大海賊時代の頂点に立つのだ。
This scene proves to be an absolute treasure trove of initial information regarding the Grand Line, how it wasn't about ship size, ship strength and crew, it was a lack of information that screwed him. Just as with the Slope episodes, they're doing a real good job of remembering where everything is on the scene each time.
ちょっと待て、海賊王になるのは俺だ。
遊びじゃねえんだぞ。
当たり前だ。グランドラインは俺が制する。
Feels like this is the first time that Luffy seems to be potentially going up against someone seriously tough, from that side-on view especially, although I know size doesn't equate to strength in One Piece.
お望み通りあの世に送ってやろうじゃないか。
This remains 100% one of the coolest things I've seen in forever.
ゾロ、ウソップ、来たのかお前ら。いいよ、そこで見てろ。そうか。
How come Zoro is still just the best though?
貴様らの相手は後回しだ。それでも無駄に殺されることを願うなら、面倒だが俺が海へ葬ってやる。
Two wins here. Firstly, I like how he has some degree of honor to him, as he says if he wins, it will be a pain, but he will bury them at sea. Secondly, it's the realism of him leaving to go feed his crew, saying he will give them time to evacuate, which is much better than launching into a messy battle right away to my mind. That's a stunning looking panning shot there, and I don't even quite know how they did it, as the quality was fantastic from start to finish. They're responsible for like 75% of the comedy so far this arc, it's unreal.
何？どうかした？
Oda must not be a big fan of exposition, at least early into the series, as he keeps hinting at this without revealing anything.
エラは一度でも死ぬほどの空腹を味わったことがあるのか。どれほどの恐怖か、どれほど辛いことか知っとんのか。
ってどういうことだ？サンジが何を知ってるって。
It seems I stumbled into giving an additional win after the last one, because he does the same thing here, very much alluding to something without outright saying it, and I do adore that.
だがな。
Take a win for the most impressive, kinda non-impressive thing I've ever seen. I'm half impressed.
信じきれねえんだ。たった一人の男に50隻の艦隊が壊滅させられたなんて。
Can't tell you how much I prefer this kind of storytelling, where it's given over bit by bit, rather than a dump truck reversing up and spilling tons of information all at once. Not sure if it's intentional or not, but I'm loving the consistent changes in art styles when a backstory is being told. First it was that wood carving, and now this painting-looking background.
こんなことをしでかすことそのものが奴である十分な証拠だ。
I'm genuinely so impressed. First it was Nami with her wanted poster over 2 different scenes, and now Zoro like this.
昼寝の邪魔でもしたとかな。
ふざけるな。
おい、ルフィ。ザクザクするな。
Luffy basically expressing exactly what I was thinking in the moment.
あの男にはそこに行けば会えるんだ。
Essentially building a solid reason slowly for all members to want to go to the Grand Line, with Zoro now gaining his own rock-solid motive, joining Luffy.
他に意義のあるやつはいねえな。
Showing what kind of guy he is that he takes out one of his crewmates for even questioning returning to the Grand Line. Whoever had the idea to cut the music off and really raise the volume on the strike against the ship is a legend! Also though, there's a really impressive degree of animation and unique shots yet again on the listing of the ship, especially the part where the water flows towards us. That was great! Actually, that looked so damn good they can have max wins for it. The way they handled the size and scale of a giant ship being sunk looked nothing short of brilliant in the background there. Seeing Luffy and especially Zoro being this shocked was, well, shocking. It's a first for these carefree types really, and it thus shows the power on display that it shocks even them. Luffy proving how much he cares for his people, that he ran over like this to them, that was awesome. That's an epic plot twist. I really didn't think she'd take off with the ship. I'm honestly really shocked by that. Genuinely flooring me here, because all of this time I figured the bigger boat the more powerful you are, but this guy in his little thing took out 49 and now 50 of his ships, or 51 maybe, not sure. Was gonna say this earlier, but it wasn't the right time then, but they did a good job back in the 90s and early 2000s with the CGI. I love it. You can see the sadness on her face. Clearly her statement doesn't align with her true feelings, and it's so good to not just have internal monologue tell us that like we're idiots. It's actually really worth a win for the first time that we see Luffy in captain mode. Also this, he's not saying to go after her for revenge or get back the treasure or the ship. He literally just wants her to still be their navigator. Boat scenery shot. That's a first. The first massively strong character in the anime. Not only was that cool, but it nicely allows for us to gain a better understanding of what's possible in this world. And now the backstory episode really coming into play and makes his fight mean so much more, as it's not just for him.
多少名を挙げた剣士がいたところ、ここは4つに分かれた海の中で最弱の海、イーストブルー。
This dude just casually dropping some seriously tasty lore onto us like it's no big deal. Using a change in the tone to almost make it appear more like this guy is a monster than a man, which is nicely done. First of all, that's some really nice and smooth animation on the swordplay there. Secondly, I like how he didn't just defend, stood in the same place the entire time, but instead Zoro is causing him to have to move around and dodge at least. Such a good transition there between present and the past, also in terms of how it's making him feel like a weak child again. Serving two purposes here. Firstly, to show Luffy as an honourable man because he didn't allow them to aid him, but also to show him visibly angered at seeing Zoro taking a beating and being put down. Just in case, couldn't risk showing the strike itself, but definitely take one here for this guy being intriguing. He clearly doesn't want to end Zoro during this battle, and it shows here.
いろんなもんがへし折れてもう二度とこの場所に帰ってこれねえような気がする。
なんという強き心。敗北より死を取るか。
So, I want to very quickly heap praise here. I love Black Clover, but many of its characters are one-dimensional. He loves his sis, he loves to fight, she loves to drink, etc. 100% not the case here. Can't believe I was ever foolish enough to think his three-sword style wouldn't end up looking awesome. Goodness me. So easily worth 2 big fat wins. The excellent cinematography being the driving force behind how easy it was to dish out. Looked absolutely great. I put that voice acting right up there with some of the best I've heard, filled with anger and sorrow. Seriously powerful stuff.
剣士として最強を目指すと決めた時から命なんてとうに捨ててる。
Oda is so good at planning out his story. This was said a few episodes ago and yet fits perfectly into what just happened and what Sanji saw and heard from him at the time.
簡単だろう。野望を捨てるぐらい。
At the same time though, clearly linking this into Sanji's character and what he's going through.
なんだあれは。
安心しろ。あの男はまだ生かしてある。
How quickly he calms down when he learns that he didn't end him is amazing and funny.
俺はこの先幾年月でもこの最強の座にて貴様を待つ。
It's times like this that between the music and the characters, it really does remind me a lot of Hunter x Hunter.
険しき道ぞ、この俺を超えることよりもな。
知らねえよ。これからなるんだから。
How come Luffy is also just the best though?
世界一の剣豪にくらいならないとお前が困るんだよな。
It's really sweet that I think here he felt as though he'd let Luffy down.
俺はもう二度と負けねえから。
Also this, really going back to childhood with those tears. It's almost a picture-perfect comparison.
帰る前に死んでけ。さすがだ、懲りぬ男。
I really didn't expect another big battle to take place so soon after the laugh, and it's between awesomely sick armor and great big and equally awesomely sick looking sword.
に揃ったサガが行こうぜ。グランドライキー。ああ、行こう。
This anime and this team especially is seriously starting to grow on me scarily fast.
海軍の船を装うより降伏の白旗を振るよりもっと効果的に敵船に近づき奇襲がかけられる。
For the first time, I now 100% understand why he wants the ship. First, I thought it's because it's a ship, second, because it's huge, and now it makes total sense.
確かにあんなふざけた船にまさか海賊が乗っているとは誰も思わねえ。
You'd think with all the pirates everywhere, they'd perhaps take a more cookie-cutter approach and have them all wearing things which makes them easy to animate, but they all look very unique.
まだあんなもんにビビってやがるのかお前ら。
Damn man, not once but twice he takes someone on his own crew out for asking a question regarding the Grand Line and then going back to it. One of the better looking world maps we've seen so far, which gives a little better of an understanding of the world layout.
ゼフはあの化け物どもに対抗する術を持っていたとしか思えねえ。
It's legit one of my favourite things when we get to see someone from the story in their past, and of course they made him look physically much younger too, with a shorter stash naturally. Once more, Oda decided to merely nod to this past event without fully diving into it, no pun intended. I'm positive that it can't last forever, but for now, I'm super appreciating how much time and effort clearly went into the action scenes. The animation is fantastic.
わざわざ足場の少ねえ海上で戦うのか。悪魔の実の能力者は海に弱いってことくらい割れてんだぜ。
Honestly, I needed and appreciated this reminder as it had entirely slipped my mind that he can't swim now. 2 wins. Firstly, this makes perfect sense to have on your boat in case you need to feed a lot more people than normal. But secondly, it also looks great and allows for a much larger land-based battle to take place. I love it! Oh my goodness, that's so awesome! It's a detachable weapon! That's so inventive! I again love it! For the first time really, showing the immense power held by the main antagonist of this arc. At the same time, this shows Sanji's strength, his worth of getting on Luffy's crew even more now than before, and the fact that how he performed the attack which had an impact on Krieg. It made me think even the cooks all look different under the clothing. They didn't even skip anything when it came to them. All their faces are different. Can you even imagine the pain of having to draw such a busy scene as this, all to be on screen for 5 seconds or so? Bless them for consistently fitting in Oda's backstories on everyone in all the major places. It's legit thrilling for me to witness how things started with Ikko Sanji there cooking away. Also though, I liked this because it's the start of the mentality of Sanji, cooking for someone who is hungry, and very likely the reason behind that is soon going to be revealed fully. Yet another beautiful piece of music just being beautiful in the background as though it's not anything special. I really liked how part of their enthusiasm here to fight was to protect the restaurant, yes, but also their leader, who has given them so much in life, as well as giving their lives meaning. Honestly, one of the best looking falling down animations I've ever seen. The second of Sanji's awesomely powerful kicks. How they saved on the animation budget here by doing the kick and its effects with a series of screens instead was pretty impressive. The realism of Krieg taking a moment to now attack Luffy out of the blue rather than them just watching together near enough. Putting a very swift end to his record of never leaving a drop of blood on the battlefield before. I'm not gonna lie, I genuinely found that a little creepy. Something unsettling about the clanging. How when everyone else is panicking, Sanji angrily steps up to defend the restaurant, landing not 1 but 2 hits! No joke? That was sick. So much pressure it put the fire out on the metal balls. Totally understanding now where Sanji gets his own powerful kicks from, I still love it. First of all, Luffy's amazing return shot, but secondly, I have to give praise to how well planned out the battle is. It's not just Luffy fighting Krieg, there's so much stuff going on throughout.
Soda! Ute!
An awesomely unexpected plot twist to end the episode.
嫌なこった。そんなんじゃ戦うコックどもに示しがつかねえだろ。超天然パールプレゼント
A fantastic example of win number 527 coming back around. Pearl is back up and attacks Sanji, who didn't defend himself. Jin is back and attacking from the rear. So much is going on, it's amazing. I think Jin is again understanding what sets apart Sanji, his determination and unwavering personality, even if it costs him his own life.
俺はクソじじいから何もかも取り上げちまった男力も夢もタッチアブね
伝説の海さどこかにあるんだ
How epically they did the transition between him getting struck badly on the head and then remembering his difficult past. Appreciated the little bits and bobs of lore dropped here, learning about the different seas and what it's all called and so on.
みんなやめろよ客の残り物なんて味わりそうな食材もさっき捨てといたぞ
海ってのは何が起こるかわからね
え A nicely added moment here as it reminds us, without going into it, that Sanji hadn't eaten for a while already here. That's actually some really nice weather effects for, what is this now, 2000 by this point? It's good to see the captain risking his life here to save Sanji. It's also worth pointing out that whilst he wasn't a good dude, he clearly didn't kick Sanji that hard since he was able to get right back up. Seeing how he lost his leg in the process of diving down through the wreckage to get to the lad. Half the win is for seeing the rescue itself, but the other half is for how tastefully they did it, showing him losing his leg, or rather just how he did it with the boat's chains. Badass!
おめえは反対側の海を見張れ。船が見えたらすぐに知らせろ。無駄なエネルギーだからな。
Great realism is injected here. I'm not sure many writers would have considered these simple things, but clearly Oda had an idea for this scene in his mind and really developed it well. How they don't just make it, oh, it's been a week, he ate all his food, he was very hungry. Now it's been 27 days and he's still rationed insanely well to have this bread left and he's looking ill.
みんなやめろよ客の残り物なんて味わりそうな食材もさっき捨てといたぞ
Now this visual mixed with his words from nearly a month ago nicely linked together to form this scene. The taking for granted of something so simple and how he'd likely never do that again and thus who he is to this day. When we've seen all of that already before now, it makes this legit heartbreaking. I mean, that's such a powerful image that they can have max wins for it. It's been dozens upon dozens of days now by this point, and he's starving and his clothing is tattered. In fact, take max wins here too, because A, they show how he made lodgings and drank from puddles for water, how the old man did the same on his side, and how hunger logically turned him into this. Very, very rarely do I do this, but a third max wins in a row, because my mouth was agape seeing this. The realization that he gave the boy all the food, it floored me. A-star writing there, I mean it. Bear with me, this is insane, but they need it a fourth time. He's the big strong pirate captain, perfectly hidden below his coat. And then you get that view from the front. I was utterly floored yet again. Now fully understanding the loyalty Sanji has for him, but also why he refuses to leave his side right now. He understands here that he owes everything to him.
なんでだお前が俺と同じ夢を持ってたからだ
That music, man, plus the voice acting, I thought Zoro's backstory was amazing, and it was, but this is on another level, and in all honesty, I'm just shocked. Shocked to find such a damn great story in such a long anime.
もう海賊はやれねえが今度はお前が一点見つければいい
Got legit tears in my eyes seeing this, and I know they both survived. That's what's insane about it. I just feel so much for him after such a short period of time, knowing what he did for him.
この海の広さを呪って死んでた奴が一体どれくらいいるんだろうな海のど真ん中にレストランでもあったらってよ
レストラン
はあ
よし俺もそれ手伝うよだから死ぬなだから死ぬな
Getting to see how the origins begun for the restaurant on the sea, and funny enough, I myself sitting here now, oddly enough, want to fight to protect the place. Isn't that weird? Oh man, I felt that in my bones. Such good voice acting there.
俺だって死ぬくらいのことしねえとクソじじいに恩返しできねえんだよ
They can have another here as it wraps up his story and makes total sense why he does what he does food-wise, why he protects this place and him. What a beautiful bow he wrapped this story with.
あの野郎死ぬ気かよ
クソガキが
俺からは海賊船に変わるのさ
Everyone's reactions to Sanji standing firm, but most of all, I adore seeing Luffy when he gets serious. And it's very likely here because he's inspired to protect this place now, and them. An amazing end to an amazing episode that is actually my favourite. Not for some amazing battle filled with frames, but because it told one of the best stories I've heard in a very, very long time. It's very much the word of the video, but I love how they showed us the impact of this attack from this distance. Then one for showing the damage caused by the attack, but also I enjoyed the water raining down on them all that time, showing just how insane the splash caused from it was. They so didn't have to do it, but they chose to animate Sanji in the distance walking to Luffy.
だから店のために死ぬのかよ死ぬことは恩返しじゃねえぞ生かしてもらって死ぬなんてな
Luffy, like always, laying down the lessons when it's required, as he points out how useless it is to give his life for the man in order to pay him back. That's not what he'd want either. Also, take a follow-up for the logic behind Luffy's action of destroying the ship in order to save everyone's life. It's simple, but it does actually make sense.
悪いなパールすいませんドンクリフ我々の命の恩人なんです
Fantastic. I figured he'd do as much eventually. Not here though, but it's great. He's inspired by the words and actions of those around him, and he's strong too.
ほらうまくいったじゃんか俺のおびき出し作戦
嘘つけてめえ本気で船壊すつもりだったろ
Luffy taking after Usopp a little there.
俺たちはイーストブルー最強のクリーク海賊なんだぞ
一番人数が多かっただけじゃねえの
Even me, completely on the side of Luffy and the cooking crew, found myself like, oh, that's harsh, bro.
俺様がイーストブルーを制した本物の武力ってやつを
ごちゃごちゃうるせえやつだな
Luffy is taking them seriously, you can tell, but that doesn't stop him from talking like a total badass. What I actually liked about that the most was how he leaned into it to start. That's a nice little detail. Gin showing his own strength, but it should be noted he's pinning him down when he likely could have struck him head on. Having said this, 60 seconds later, he does seem intent on taking him out, so I'm not sure. Does feel like they could have gotten away with merely using a single picture with effects on it, but instead we got this lovely attacking motion as he hits and basically bounces off his noggin.
Haha! Yosh! 今のうちにあいつぶっ飛ばそう!
A very anti-anime trope there. Normally you know everyone would be watching the fight and ignoring everyone else, but Luffy, like Krieg did to him earlier, decides to attack now. This fight is getting seriously interesting, just when I think to myself, can't believe he showed such gratitude before and now is gonna happily take him out, this happens and I'm shocked. That's bloody brilliant, that is. There we have it, his true feelings from behind the mask slipping forwards. There's that gratitude I thought had maybe disappeared in a flash. I'm happy. That's just a straight up badass looking shot, really. Even though his plea ultimately ends up falling on deaf ears, I feel like his speech thoroughly deserves a win. It was genuinely really nice and well laid out too. I know I praised his armor a whole lot during the last part, but yeah, this is insanely cool. It's so far up my alley, it basically leads straight to my house. Giving this a win because it feels like it sums up his entire character's way of criminal life, one that very much goes against Luffy and his own thoughts on being a pirate. Good to see that contrast. This is likely the 4th or 5th win just for his armor, but I mean, how can I not when it's got so many different but logical, cool looking functions? M-H-5. Okay, enough this episode about the armor, for now, but take one for that attack. That was also so well done. Says all sorts of amazing things about Luffy that in this moment he grabs 2 masks, one for Sanji, the other for Gin. Right now, his enemy really, and he doesn't even think about himself right away. The studio really does deserve oodles of praise for continuously finding the best points from the manga to stop the action and make it so the viewer just had to tune in the following week. Luffy being hilarious there, but even more importantly, someone tossing him a mask at the very last second. Mystery hype! This wonderful looking bird's eye shot of the entire area, and again, as far as I could see, everything was placed perfectly. Obviously that's getting max wins, I mean, how can it not? It threw me off that it was Gin who tossed the mask back to Luffy to use, and that he's forcing Sanji to use his. Wow, amazing character writing. Man, Oda made it hard to listen to this guy when Gin is over there struggling and gasping for breath. The setup for the story and the character is truly amazing, to be honest. Super interesting piece of character lore dropping in out of nowhere. It's very few times in my life I meet a character with ups and downs, such as helping Krieg but then switching sides and refusing to take out Sanji, where I feel so much for them, but I really do for him. Luffy is in serious mode! From a cinematography standpoint, from an animation one, from an entertainment one, that was perfection for me. Take my max 2 wins with my gratitude for an amazing attack right there. Nice little detail there. Kanzan is a Japanese flower arrangement spiky little item to affix flowers into. I think adding heft to these bullets was a good choice. Really sold us on the damage caused to Luffy. Timed beautifully to the music, that look from him was amazing. He's such an awesome character, I swear. That little look from me was like pot kettle in this instance. I think because this guy has previously been so tough on everyone, it legit felt nice to hear him give a compliment regarding Luffy. Take a win for the smile you gave your boy. Really nice to see these two, especially my guy from Kill la Kill on the right caring about this dude living. Probably the first time I felt the power of Luffy and thought to myself, he's at the start of his journey, but he's gonna be quite something by the end of it. I'm legit not sure this has ever happened before. So very many wins for armor related stuff, because it all basically does come from his armor. I love it. Back-to-back wins. First up, this is what I call a fresh battle, a bunch of attacks that aren't repeated over and over, each one is a unique animation. Second up is the realism behind Luffy losing a lot of blood and now not being able to fight like he normally could. Luffy totally being Luffy! Brilliant and worthy of max wins, from the praise being heaped onto Luffy, his determination outweighing the odds here, and of course, the excellent fresh animation on the attacks. It just gets it. How this whole battle thus far has been an elaborate way to forward Sanji's character in terms of his own issues with his past and everything to do with the restaurant, guided by Zeph. I absolutely friggin' love it! From his perspective he was beating Luffy, but in reality he was punching it! The detail on the environmental destruction is nothing short of incredible. Luffy's still being Luffy with extreme prejudice! He's got another weapon in that suit of armor! I'm losing my mind with this piece of kit, it's the best, no? Even if this isn't a battle ender, it should be noted that Luffy understood right away that small rapid fire hits weren't doing the trick, so went for one big hit instead, which clearly did hurt. A clear-cut case of what Krieg thinks the secret to power is versus what we're starting to understand is Luffy's point of view on the same subject. Not Gomu Gomu Wing on the spot! Such a huge win for this fight taking a big turn whereby Luffy is finally able to crack the armor. Says a lot about how intelligent Krieg is in battle that he got attacked and launched a counter-attack right away. It's official, this is the most I've loved Luffy since starting the series. The damn smile that crossed my face when he suddenly burst through the clouds is insane! Max wins for that, I didn't expect it. First of all, an amazing plot twist. Secondly, it's another weapon! And thirdly, because of the shock value when you understand he's dragging Luffy down into the water. Sanji at the start there, really learning a lot from Luffy in the way he fights. Never gives in. I continue to love it. Two max wins for what looks to be an amazing final attack. So much great voice acting there from Luffy, and what tips it over is the nicely added touch of him calling it Sledgehammer after being called Hammer Boy. Feels poetic after everything that's happened in his past that he's rescuing Luffy from the waters now. Also though, how they realistically littered the sea with wood from the destroyed ships. Feels to me as though Sanji recalled his childhood dream after all this time and gained a new genuine purpose in life outside of Zeph and the restaurant. I actually really liked this because to me it speaks to his refusal to take out Sanji when this here shows how much he, in his own way, cared or thought about Krieg. It means so much more to refuse him when you see this. No walking on the spot! He's sleeping, but most importantly, he's okay. That. Half the win is for a shocking plot twist, but the other half is for him proving why he's such a great voice actor, almost breaking there. Feels like a very fitting way to round out the battle, having it be Jin who stops him and admits the crew's defeat and withdrawal. This made me seriously sad, the notion that he potentially has hours left to live, and yet now is making the decision to make a decision on his life for himself. Showing how Krieg, with all of his awful flaws, did manage to inadvertently teach his crew a lesson when it comes to following your dreams and putting all else aside. Liked this moment, as it kinda established Sanji as being the true second in command, so they now simply listen to him. Not running on the spot again where they didn't have to animate it. Oda really knows how to elegantly wrap up a story arc in a nice, neat and tidy bow, he really does. this amazing looking bird's eye view of the entire area as they depart.
いいやつらだったな。今度会ったらまた仲間に入れてくれるかな。早く自由になりたいよ。
Nami is back, but more importantly, her expressing her wish to rejoin them one day and letting out her true feelings on likely what she's soon to come face to face with in the coming arc.
俺の麦わら帽子。
あるだろう、そこに。
あったあった。
Firstly, Luffy being true to himself and thinking about his hat as soon as he wakes up. Secondly, for Sanji having a picture of him as a young lad with Zeph, nicely added touch.
ところでお前。
俺は行かねえぞ。
わかった。諦める。
手が諦めてね。
That's really good.
オールブルーって知ってるか？
にゃ。
なんだ知らねえのかよ。
Fantastic how his entire expression changed back to that of being an excited child when he mentioned this. Wow! Speaking of nicely added extra moments, seeing the chefs eat themselves was good, otherwise it looked like they literally only ever cook for visitors.
餌のスープの仕込みは誰がやったんだ。ああ、俺だ俺。豚の餌がこれ。ピエピエ。飲めねえ飲めねえ。ピエピエ。なあみんな。こりゃ飲めねえ。
俺は世界の海で料理してきた男だぜ。
めちゃくちゃうめえのにな。
そんなことは分かってる。サンジの料理の腕はここにいる全員が認めてる。
To be honest, a very roundabout but at the same time very clever way by which to inspire Sanji to travel and create further more amazing food and sever his chain to Zeph in the restaurant. Very sweet.
だがな、こうでもしねえと聞かねえのさ。あのバカは。グランドラインはよ、あいつの夢なんだ。
The only thing that could have made this moment any more perfect was this. That Sanji heard what Zeph said, and that it was said with care and love, really. Made me tear up a little. Oda really knows how to write some truly wonderful moments.
どうなんだ、小僧。
For the final time, have one for a beautiful shot of this amazing place.
やだ。
あいつの口から直接聞くまで納得できねえってわけか。
Luffy, all jokes aside now, fully respecting Sanji and his decision by not forcing him to go, he wants him to want to come along.
なんだこれうさくじゃねえか。
ナミの姉貴の船の進路で大体の目的地がつかめたんす。とにかくルフィの兄貴の力が必要なんです。明日来てください。
俺は俺の目的、オールブルーのために。
やった
ー。よかったっすね、ルフィの兄貴。
This whole scene involving a surprising plot twist in terms of how he returned to get Luffy, Sanji deciding for himself after hearing what he heard to join them, and the next arc being set up.
俺がグランドラインに入った1年間の記録だ。
いらね
え。やはりな。
In many ways, Luffy and Gon from Hunter x Hunter remind me of one another. They both at the start want to do their journey fresh, without much help other than by friends.
すげえな。クソじじい、これが海上レストランか？
Really, really nice to show this side to him. Thinking about old times when he first got there, all the years of cooking in that kitchen clearly meant a lot to him, and that's shown here vividly.
タグ、そまずいぞ君なしは。
このクソじじい。
Was worthwhile showing him going through old memories at the same time. Well, I suppose it'd be a bit too normal if he just left casually. This here goes back to an earlier win where I mentioned how all of the cooks looked different to one another, and you really see it here again.
風邪ひくなよ。
Just these simple words from him were enough for his defensive barriers to just melt away.
おなぜ長い間クソお世話になりました。
If the last one wounded me, this one absolutely broke me. Him fully 100% displaying his true emotions and gratitude after years of playing off like he disliked him to a degree or he annoyed him. Yup, between the old man doing the same, shedding tears, and them all breaking down as well, it gets Max wins. What a truly beautiful moment.
死をも恐れない信念さえあれば必ず見つかるはずさ。
Take one more for this final farewell and for the extra storyline goal of finding the All Blue, so it's not entirely focused on the Grand Line and the One Piece.
野郎ども、そろそろ客が来る。さっさと仕事を尽くさるぜ。
Then this, showing their life going back to normal once they depart, really makes it feel real to me. Then lastly, take one more here for ending the episode where the next arc begins as we rejoin Nami and her story. That's actually a really nice looking shot and well done shot to start off the episode, I think. Gotta love his constantly upbeat and happy-go-lucky attitude. Must be lovely with him on the high seas.
甘すぎるっす。分かってるんすか。俺たちは今刻々とアーロンのところに向かってるんすよ。
This guy perfectly performing his job of reminding the viewer what dangers await our crew in this new arc.
アーロンの屋敷に乗り込んでるかもしれないんすよ。
初手飯にすか。
I do like this aspect to him. It's like he doesn't worry about things he can't alter until he can alter them.
アーロンはかつてグランドラインで大暴れしていた巨人なんすよ。
魚人?
巨人か。俺まだ会ったことねえな。
Personally, I think it was a stroke of genius to inject the different races into the anime at this early junction. Imagine how weird it'd be to find out they exist at like episode 786 or whatever.
巨人ってこんなやつか。
What Luffy thinks they might look like.
七深い？
簡単に言えば政府公認の海賊たちっす。
なんだそりゃ。
At the same time, it feels like a great moment to reveal more about the wider world via this lore drop regarding the 7 pirate leaders of the sea acknowledged by the world government.
ゾロの兄貴を打ち負かした鷹の目のミホークも桜花七部会の一人なんです。
One Piece continues to build the power structure here by introducing these strong 7 pirates, but then mentioning how Mihawk is one of them gives us a much better understanding of the other's strength.
こんなやつか。
さっきの絵を立たせただけじゃねえか。
Whilst funny, this wasn't getting a win until Sanji pointed that out.
骨のついた肉のやつ。
足もやし炒め。
すぐ作るからな。肉ともやし。
Firstly, I find it really unique that an anime like this features a cook, but secondly, I like how his cooking aspect is being used right away and he's happily heading off to make some grub. Naturally, they give us a gorgeous looking bird's eye view of this place as we get close. Another new location with another new feel, vibe and look to it. Our first look at Arlong. During the last arc I made mention to the cooks all looking different as well as Krieg's pirates, and right away here we get the merman looking completely unique as well. I wrote the last win, and then I thought to myself, I just have to drop another right away for how unique looking he is. Shockingly, Arios McLean from the Trails Crossbell games, Kira from JoJo's Diamond is Unbreakable, the Wizard King from Black Clover and Griffith in the original Berserk, and so much more. Big fan here. Not walking on the spot for quite some time. Also, though, another Nami-related ding. Also, the wind once again just doing its thing like it should be.
分かったら帰んな。
Nami showing a different side to herself here, but in her mind, absolutely saving this kid's life. But also, I loved that animation on the money throw getting closer to the screen. Looked real good. To be honest, just feels real good to see these three again, but especially Zoro and Usopp. I already really am enjoying how we're split into three groups and seeing things from each perspective. Zoro continues to be a badass, even after losing badly to Mihawk, but now he's back and full of vigor again. At the same time though, these guys understand he'd be leading them into an impossible to win situation, and so tie him up and actually make a plan instead. Oh, you know I've been loving me some detailed looking maps! Usopp being Usopp in his usual quite charming and funny way. It's interesting really, having a race like this makes for a completely different kind of danger to humans who wouldn't normally consider swimming to attack like that, at least not so far. How they write him off so quickly, but then move on equally as fast. Another location with totally different looking buildings and whatnot. Man, I didn't even notice the buildings were upside down, but mainly the win is for this little law drop. I am consistently flabbergasted at how the studio kept on animating sequences like this. That's a ding right there if I've ever seen one. How, just like with the little kid, she stops him from fighting knowing that he will lose that battle. It's a short scene, but it shows how intelligent she is, and how she's already learnt to survive among them. Showing him actually cooking their food. It's really nice to hear them talking this way about the whole group and about Nami, especially since it's one of my personal favourite things, everyone together eating and talking. This overhead shot was a lovely way to show the size of that creature from the Grand Line. It's interesting that the racers clearly don't all get along. Makes for some intriguing battles down the line, no doubt. It's obviously surprising that she's saying he's merely someone she tricked, but clearly there's more to it than that. But mainly I'm just shocked that again they animate her through the scene. Okay, now that previously mentioned surprising element can have its own win. Wow! A new ED is upon us, and it's an even better one than the last. The song is better, to my mind, and the animation is gorgeous throughout, seeing them as kids growing up and everyone of importance. How long this scene goes on is literally what gets it a win. For the first time seeing our first creature from the Grand Line, and to say I'm impressed would be an understatement. I liked this purely because it shows the power of Luffy versus a creature from the Grand Line. Again, it's that consistently building power structure going down. At the same time, Sanji himself is doing the same thing as the last win, so take one for him too.
ここでみかん作ってんの。
Same voice actress as Nami.
これだけは覚えとくんだね。私とそのアーロンパークの魔女があんたを邪魔したことで、あんたは2度命拾いしてるんだ。
Her words might not be the nicest, but she's stating pure facts about them having saved him twice now.
私は知ってる。遠い未来を見据えて、今は死ぬより辛い生き方に耐えてる子。
Oda being all like, no, I hate exposition. Just take a tasty little nugget of a puzzle piece instead. I love him.
どうしたらいいですか?
Also take one here for Usopp staying true to his character and trying to stick up for the kid here, clearly seeing in him the crew he left behind at home.
私とナミは義兄弟なの。
A nice little plot twist there, although I did expect it when I saw she voiced both of them, but still. Man, that's a nice little touch to make her home feel truly lived in.
金のためなら親の死さえも忘れられる冷血な魔女のような女さ。
Whoa, I expected something telling from her as a response to that, but that was great! I also like how it's not outright said, but he clearly looked at that facial response and noted it. Feels very much like a test for Nami to see where her loyalties truly lie, but it's risky as hell and definitely a plot twist. Good on Nami for proving both of us right and diving in after him.
人一人も見殺しにできねえ小物が息がってんじゃねえぞ。
In its own way, this is actually kind of genius from him. I do like it.
ちょうどいい。用があったところだ。ちょっと出かけてくるか。
Oh, how I love his telling of the story without outright saying anything. All they gotta show us is a grave and we already know what they've done to this village.
私の武器が見つかった件だろう。みんな家へ入ってくれ。
てめえだったのか。武器を所持してた野郎ってのは。
ああ、そうだ。
Then this is equally as good for world building. It's like telling a story without actually doing it. They don't trounce in, no, you've been under our thumb for 3 years and blah blah blah.
種族主義のあいつらが人を殺すことなんか何とも思っちゃいない。
Already painting the picture of just how bad of a bad guy he is, even worse than Krieg, I'd say.
さっさと逃げて、アーロンが戻らないうちに。
Moments such as this and what happened at the pool were ones you couldn't really do without to sell her as being someone who could rejoin the crew after this arc, so really nice job.
私たちはこの8年間欠かさずちゃんと水着金を納めてきたんだよ。今さら反乱の意思があるわけないだろう。
Exactly what I meant by win number 718. You allow this comment to naturally be made because she called him selfish, so it organically follows rather than spitting it out randomly at some point. I have no clue how long it'll last for, whether the animators eventually got bogged down, but I'm so impressed that everyone looks different all the time. Truly unique characters everywhere.
死んでしまっては全てが終わってしまう。耐え忍ぶ戦いをやめる。
This guy and his actions are great because he's thinking with his head and not his heart, and he's right. You lose yourself here and fight, you're all gone versus these foes, and then that's it for your lives.
火薬星!
The single most badass thing Usopp has done to date. Someone in my comments was saying he's a coward. A coward would never ever do anything close to this when it mattered. He's a damn legend.
俺の名は勇敢なる海の戦士キャプテンウソップ!
And I just want to say the fact that he's clearly scared here shouldn't get mixed up with being a coward. He's showing true strength in this moment. I love him for it. Showing the intense strength this guy has, no one has been anything close to this to date. It's amazing to see the animator still doing fantastic looking destruction animation.
みんなに迷惑をかけた。何言っとるんじゃ。あんたが悪いんじゃない。
One thing I always appreciate about this story is how towns and villages have some sense to them. He's the sheriff, there's a doctor, in other towns there was a restaurant, and so on.
何が何でも1億ベリー稼いで、私はこの村を買うの。
Now her full intentions come out and they're very honourable. It also makes perfect sense why she hates pirates, and whilst I wrongly credited the grave she's at to a lack of exposition showing that people in the village have been taken out instead of saying it, I'll keep that win as she was still taken out by Arlong.
逃げろなんて言われても、俺はここ以外目的がねえんだよな。
Reminding us how strong Zoro is, and at the same time still building that power structure, because as much as Arlong claims his lot are better in every way, Zoro clearly beat the riffraff here. How they're using the sea cow to get to Arlong Park even quicker! These are the kinds of super unique angles and shots they've been doing since the first few episodes, and I really enjoy them. Dude, seriously, how awesome is it that they actually made the webbing here half see-through? The kind of character building I love, because seeing him at home in that early arc running away from the village people all the time really sells his ability to now run away from them effectively. I see now what people are talking about earlier on, about him using techie type stuff to always get the upper hand. Also though, the callbacks to his earlier techniques of pretending he's got allies. Oh, you can just about see his hair from the front view. Follow-up example of what I mentioned before about new dangers, since this guy easily swims across after him here. How he's having a super casual conversation with an enemy without the enemy even knowing about it. Makes for an interesting contrast between him and Krieg. He really hates and looks down on humans, but loves his own people. Krieg hated anyone who questioned his orders or he saw as weak. It's also very intriguing how most people aren't just known everywhere. They'd heard of Zoro, had never seen him, so now knowing it's him they captured is naturally a massive shock. Even these guys, having only just met him, are like, really? You're telling such an obvious lie?
あんたの首を取るためにナミがゾロを侵入させたと。
勝手な推測で話を進めないで。
Personally, I find her actions here to be in keeping with her character, but also the best for the story, to continue to seem as though she's on their side, not running off since she's been discovered. Can I just point out how great it is to make Arlong so non-one-dimensional as a villain? Since not only did he take Nami on as part of his crew, he genuinely cares for her in spite of her being human. A prime example of how these characters act like people and not tropes that make up their being. All he's concerned about is quickly being hard on himself and then heading off to save Usopp. Consistently showing her true feelings coming through in times like these, but also her again saving one of their lives in the process since he was about to try and attack them. Art style change here, really selling her darker vibe. So clearly I don't know what's going to happen next, but take Max wins for this god level plot twist. I think it should be like, oh no, he got away, not do this. That's fantastic. He and his buddy are further great examples of an earlier win that I mentioned about side characters in an arc getting a lot of screen time, and how I appreciate that greatly.
さあ、今日からここがお前の部屋だ。
と耐えてきたのに。だから、ああするより他に。
Oda continues to impress me with how well he handled his characters' backgrounds and told those stories. How they did that zooming out shot there. And now finally, for the first time in quite a long while, everyone from their crew is winding up at the exact same location. Hype! Going first person like it's no big deal. How they did everyone shock at hearing the news and changed the colour slightly to really have it make an impact. The studio continuously knocking it out of the park when deciding where to end an episode, I swear. Luffy in this moment clearly struggling with the notion that he could be wrong in his gut about someone he chose to trust. Big credit to the voice actor for carrying that across too. Smooth looking rotating shot.
誰が仲間だってルフィ。ナミ、何しに来たの？何言ってんだよ。
Honest to God, this is a huge plot twist as well. Oda really seems to write his story away from the normal way they'd go. I don't think any other writer would place her here right now.
クールなお顔もなんて魅力的。はーい、ナミさん、俺だよ、俺、覚えてる。
How he's essentially skipped over everything she's just said about being a traitor and focused on how hot he finds her to be.
剣士ってのはレディーにも手あげんのか。屈辱の敗戦の後とあっちゃイラつきもするか。
Two wins. Firstly, it's interesting to see fellow crew members nearly come to blows over this issue. But secondly, how they're both very cool customers, and so having them be cool around one another is kind of cool. Does that make sense?
何でも探しに行けばいいじゃない。さっさと出てけ。目障りなのよ。
Putting aside everything else right now, she's definitely 100% concerned for their safety on this island.
島を出る気はねえし、この島で何が起きてんのかも興味ねえし。
How can he seriously be such a deep and unique character though?
俺たち助かるんだ。とこの島から逃げられるんだ。
They do so much without words. He's so happy and smiling, yet even here, seeing the ship, she's got a look of concern and caution on her face at what's coming.
これよりアーロンとその一味を殲滅する。直ちに戦闘準備に入れ。はい。
Although, as a massive shock to me, they really seem to be there to rescue them and take out Arlong. I didn't see this coming at all. It's a big twist.
いきなり撃ってきやがった。アーロンさん危ねえ。
Would be the height of silliness to ignore the fact that he chopped on a cannonball from their ship like this.
我々は多少なりとも名の通った海軍きっての精鋭部隊である。
Shockingly, it's again Endeavour from My Hero Academia and doing a totally different type of voice to the recent chef in the last arc.
よし、そのあたりだハチ。おお。
The best example yet of an earlier win, where I said about how different fighting them could end up being, and here we go. They really do a lot of their fighting in the water naturally. Whilst their time was brief, I enjoyed it. It shows the power of those three elites. It shows not all Marines were on the take, and it shows a darker side to the anime with all of them taken out.
これが現実だよ。
And now the look of concern on her face earlier makes perfect sense, as she's likely seen years of rescuers brought to the bottom of the sea, so all hope is gone from her now.
それが8年前のあいつとの約束だ。俺は金の上の約束は死んでも守る男よ。
Whether or not he follows through with that in the end, it should be highlighted that, for now at least, it's another aspect to him that makes him very non-one-dimensional.
この島に残る理由あるさ。あいつがここに残ってる。
I swear he's such a cool character, how he says he has a reason to stay on the island right now because Luffy is staying on it, basically saying he's the reason to stick around on there for now. How many parts of the scene they made the wind effect?
あの時
Obviously, I knew he'd still be alive, but the fact that he's still alive still gets a win, you feel me?
あの時ナミは俺を刺したと見せかけて自分の手の甲を刺した。
They get max wins for this. It'd be one thing if it was some clever way she did it, stabbing a pouch with something that looks like blood or whatever, but hitting her own hand, that's max wins. That was pretty funny, but mainly it's because the crew is almost entirely back together, save for Nami.
ウソップー！お前これナミにやられたのか！来てたのか！
ああ、さっきな。
I can't get over how quickly he goes from yelling like this to being super calm.
ちょっと休みに来ただけで、いちいちガラスや家具壊されたんじゃたまんないよ。
So much is shown via facial reactions. She's well aware of the stress and strain Nami is under, so instead of losing her temper here, she calmly accepts it and talks to her.
一緒に旅してる間楽しそうに笑ってたって。あんたのそんな姿、何年も見てないのにね。
An important thing to note, that she's hiding nothing emotion-wise from her over the years. She's been unhappy, which is natural, but when sailing with them, she laughed and was happy.
やったー、上がりー！そう、またナミの一人勝ちかよって。
Taking the time to show one of those nice memories that she has.
よし、任せろ！
I was just going to include that alongside the previous win, but honestly, I felt like it deserved its own in the end. That beautiful music, and of course seeing the events which caused her to question her feelings towards all pirates.
誰だ？ナミのお姉ちゃんだ。
ナミさんのお姉様、さすがお綺麗だ。
Sanji and I are actually a lot alike, so it seems.
ほらいい。
おい。
あいつの過去になんか興味ね。
どこ行くんだよ、ルフィ。
散歩。
I struggled to think of a better example of Luffy walking his own path. He's just a guy rather than a character with a series of repeatable tropes that make him up. Didn't have to animate that, but they did it anyway.
あの人はこの村にいた。ナミと私が生涯忘れぬ人。彼女の名はベルメール。
Excellent end to the episode. Once again, an amazing job is done of setting up the next episode, but most importantly for this win, it's finally learning about Nami's past. I'm so ready!
なんだ、あれか、巨人ってのは。
He's so very casual about the whole thing though. Also says so much about him that he's like, nope, I'm not going to break my stride. Do something if you want to do it or don't.
お前誰だ？この島で何してるんだ？
そんなこと聞いてどうすんだ？
それもそうだ。お前の言う通りだ。なんか笑えるやつだな。
I like this guy a lot. He makes for really interesting interactions in spite of being an enemy, and it's not that he's dumb or anything. He's just living life and interacting with people normally.
もう少しだよ、ベルメールさん。
How this is beautifully used to trigger her early and fond memories here. Baby Nami!
あとはあの本を調べれば。
Follow up to win number 728, where I mentioned how these towns have actual substance to them, as here we obviously have a library.
猫じゃないんだから。
バカったれ。物を取っちゃいかんと何度言わせるんだ。
Not only is it wonderful being able to see her childhood, but this time it's even better because so many of those characters are still alive in the present like him.
なーに、うっさいわね。
Shellnark from Hunter x Hunter!
ベルメール。
ありがとね。今お金がないの。今度払うわ。
Well, you can't exactly blame the guy, can you? She can have one too.
私ならもっとうまく盗んでくるのに。
だから盗むなっつ。
そうだよ、私は。
こんな小さな子が書いたなんて誰も思わないよ。
Just a nice way of showing how the girls were being brought up well by her. She scolded Nami when she needed it, but she gave them everything they needed too, like offering to buy her the book.
私は私の航海術で世界中の海を旅するの。そして
自分の目で見た世界地図を作るんだ。
And now Nami enters a prior win where I said about all of them finding their own reasons for entering the Grand Line. They really do all have a reason now.
必ず夢を叶えるよ。きっと。
This anime has some seriously unique shots and they keep on showcasing them and making your boy happy as anything.
嘘ばっかり。うちはお金がないから。ベルメールさんの分がないんでしょ。
Oh, I'm starting to sense the coming sadness where she's not eating in order to allow for them to eat because they haven't got any money. Man, Oda and his stories.
はいはい。似合うじゃないナミ。このライオン前はひまわりだった。だって仕方ないでしょ。
Just such a clever way of reinforcing the last twin, that she was doing her best to give these kids the greatest life they could have, whilst painting it as though they have no money issues.
でも本当の妹じゃないじゃない。私たち血は繋がってないもん。ベルメールさんだって本当のお母さんじゃないじゃない。いいわよ、勝手にしなさい。そんなにこの家が嫌ならどこへでも出ていくといいわ。出てくわよ。
Then seeing that everything wasn't great all the time between them, but it also wasn't kids being annoying as a cliche. Nami was talking about if she wasn't there, she'd be able to eat. Between that music and the visuals, it just made me smile getting to see what this lovely town looked like before Arlong. Such a nice touch to add these wanted posters for Krieg and Buggy.
村の外れからここへ来るのが家出か。ほら、冷めないうちに。
Moments such as these make you understand why everyone loves the guy so much and stood up for him earlier on. Also at the same time, makes me personally so happy he survived then.
その悪ガキが海兵になると言い出した時には村中驚いたっけ。
ベルメールさんは海兵だったの？
Such an organic way to relay this information to us.
何の罪もない人々を殺戮する海賊が許せない。そう言って村を飛び出して生きよった。
Actually taking the time to then show us a little of her backstory as a Marine as well. Oh, how she summoned the strength to move, having just given up, after faintly hearing and seeing those surviving kids.
妹。知らない子。
Also, what it says about her, that even as a very young child, she decided to help a baby Nami at the time.
人の気も知らないで。
Oh man, here we go. How he does backstory so damn well, I have no clue. Well played. How she truly went above and beyond to get herself and these kids back to safety is so damn admirable. Making me tear up again with how selfless she was being here. And for the voice acting prowess, Max wins.
悪いこと言わんから政府の施設に預けなさいよ。
もう決めたの。この子たちは私が責任を持って育てる。私はこの子たちと生きていく。
Never expected to be able to see the whole thing? That's the blessing of an anime this size. Nothing is cut due to a lack of time. We needed to see this, her making the call to raise them. How they did this reflection bit so well, but also how the kids made up and headed out put a smile on my face.
あの子らの成長が今では我々みんなの楽しみのようなもんだ。
あの一家3人が幸せになるのを見届けなくちゃ気が済まねえよ。
Just getting to see that the town didn't hate any of them. In fact, they loved them and are happy that they've made a life as a part of their town. Absolutely genius to cut into the laughter, the sound of the waves crashing as they arrive.
与えろ。幸いまだ村に一人も犠牲者はいない。金で事足りるならば安いと見るべきか。
How this guy was worrying about everyone in the exact same way 8 years back, working hard to save all of their lives.
あれは民家からの煙だ。
Like, I already know what happens, but it's so good, it's still filling me with dread all the same.
エルメールさんが殺されちゃう。
continuing that tradition of ending the episodes in absolutely the greatest positions ever.
空いてるでしょどうぞ
Wow now, that was 400% more badass than I thought it'd be. I figured she'd be a classic victim right then and there, but no, she comes out like this! 2 max wins for genuinely shocking me.
何がおかしい
Half the win is for making me feel terrible about her losing the advantage almost right away, but the other half is for the destruction effects yet again. Pieces flying everywhere.
このまま裏口からついて逃げようでももう海賊が来てるかも
What legend decided to do this first person that actually had her speeding up ahead of her sister?
ドクターこいつら本物の化け物だ
意義のない戦いもある。金で解決できる問題もある。
おい、3人分の食事が用意してあるぜ。
ほほう、3人家族。
I mean, what can I even say? I feel sick to my stomach seeing her arm getting mangled like that. He steps in to save her, essentially in a stealthy way. He learns she has kids. Max wins.
忘れるところだった。今日は私と友人の2人が夕食に招待されていたんだったな。
This guy is a total legend. I'll be honest, this line never even once occurred to me. What a guy.
こいつは独り身だ。
まだ小さいお前たちには海へ出るのは無茶だとは思う。万が一のこともあるやもしれん。
私この村に住んでたよ
The story is the best for how it makes me feel. Like, I totally feel for these kids. Their entire lives uprooted here, no matter what the outcome ended up being. That's how he makes me feel.
その10万は2人の娘の分私のは足りないよそりゃ確かに血のつながりはないけどさ家族なんだ
お前たち
Oh no, I get it now. She gave up her life so that her daughters wouldn't have to leave the island alone. She was a real mother in the end by how she lived her life. Also though, even with me crying, I gotta point out that, not running on the spot, someone did that after all, didn't they?
ごめんね母親らしいこと何もしてあげられなかったそんなことない何もいらないから死なないで
God, that's just awful. They need max wins for this. You can't have me tearing up at such a sorrow-filled and beautiful moment and not get that.
もちろんだ。てめえがおとなしく死ねばな。
It only gets better and hurts more. That this brave man was spurred into action here to try and help, and they all followed suit.
ノジコナミ大好き生まれてきたこの時代を憎まないで
Actually needed 30 seconds to compose myself there after that. Ooh! That hit like a truck. What a powerful way of doing it. I can't not give max wins again for that.
こりゃ見事なもんだ。貴重な人材だ。連れてこい。
Learning that it wasn't as I thought and Nami hadn't gone to them at some point to join them just in order to free the village, but instead it was because he simply took her as a child.
金を受け取ったんだ。手を出さん約束だぞ。
I've got so much love and respect for this guy. Even here, badly injured, he's grabbing another weapon and is trying to stop them from taking her.
今助けるぞナミ。ここは父さん。
He is still standing and fighting for them. He's my favourite side character yet.
もういいよやっぱりいいよ助けなくていいから
Nami acted older than her age here, understanding that things were going from bad to worse when someone tried to help. It also nicely ties into her as an adult trying to save everyone alone now. It was clever to avoid any potential plot hole by showing how the ships had already been wrecked and thus no one could leave.
私はナミを放っておけん。戦うぞ
These backstories are just the best. In this case, because we see how tight they are as a community and how they didn't just give up and live under their rule. They really did fight. Drop in one here for what was an oddly smooth looking piece of animation goodness there. Surprised me.
脅されたんだな。そうだろ。言いなさい。
離してよ。キナもなんだって買ってくれるって。
出て行けナミ。もう二度とこの村に足を踏み入れるな。
To be fair to all of them, having seen this moment for myself, I can totally understand why they treat her how they do, even 8 years on. But obviously, that's not all there is to the story.
そんなことない。ナミはベルメールさんが大好きだった。
The one person who understood that there was more to what just happened was her.
アーロンを捕まえに来た海軍の船が5隻簡単に沈められちゃったの。
I've understood during these backstories, Oda is always quick to add extra helpful details, such as this. Learning the Marines did send help multiple times, but each one was beaten.
その顔見たって私笑っててやる。もう泣かないって決めた。一人で戦うって決めたの。
Getting to see the first time she turns herself into the Nami we know in the present, and it's exactly how she has been interacting with Arlong and his crew all this time. I had to show that rather than just speak over it. Her letting out her sorrow for the mission her little sister has taken on, all alone. Then that music, together made me very emotional. Bless these two dudes, I had a feeling they wouldn't be able to just walk away, but then we got those reactions too.
ざまあ見ろやね。体中傷だらけじゃない。先は長いや。1億ベリー。
Taking the time to show us an example of the determination she's lived these last 8 years with.
なんであのおっさん頭に風車さしてんだ。イカス。
Didn't expect that.
調べによると海賊相手に盗んだ宝をこのみかん畑に隠しているそうだな。
Now this is a huge plot twist because it potentially and very likely changes everything. I'm hyped and nervous.
さあ、盗品をすべて差し出せ。
That zooming in shot and how great of an end of an episode it is again.
どうしたお嬢ちゃん。
What I adore about this is that because he'd only just arrived that day, of course he didn't have his super nice living space that he has today. Like, who thinks of that? It's so clever.
海賊から盗んだ盗品はすべて政府が預かり受けることになっている。
Can I just say as well that I think it's pretty genius for Arlong to go about it this way? He could have had it stolen, but instead he goes as far as to use the Marines to do it. Incredible voice acting to really relay her utter desperation at the notion of 8 years of tireless work potentially being wasted if they find it.
偉そうな口を叩くな。捜索を続けろ。
Feels like this is a time a writer or a studio could have gone a little cheesy, but instead he shrugs off her insults and merely instructs them to continue, keeping it grounded in realism. Animating multiple characters moving within one scene.
汚い手でベルメールさんのみかん畑に触るな。
I also love the fact that clearly they've been told not to hurt her. She's bashed no less than 6 of them over the head, and they continue to not touch her in any way.
この子の金はこのココヤシ村を救うための金だ。たまらに金を奪う権利があるのか、海軍。
My man speaks up, still clearly a man of honor who could hold his tongue no longer. Got so much respect for this dude, you guys and girls have no idea.
ケンさん、なんでそんなこと。
知っていたよ、ナミ。
Oh, he's literally the best though! This is such an emotional scene because of everything I've seen and heard from him over these past half dozen episodes.
村を救うためにお前がアーロン一味に身を置いてきたこと。
Even hearing the sound the pinwheel on his hat makes is so cool to me now.
我々は知らぬふりをしてきた。お前がアーロンから逃げ出したいと思った時、私たちの期待が足を引っ張ってしまうからだ。
Covering up such a great potential plot hole there about why they'd pretend to not know about her agreement with Arlong all of this time, so she'd have a chance to leave and not feel guilt.
米粒を探してるわけじゃないんだぞ。1億ベリーだ。
様、なぜ金額を知っている？
He continues to be awesome by noting his statement of the exact amount near enough and calling him out on it.
おお、これはすごい。よくも小娘がこれだけ集めたものだ。
Such a good job is done here because I feel sick to my stomach seeing this. Back-to-back wins. First of all, obviously that twist gets a huge win. I can't believe that's how this has turned out. Secondly, that slowed down animation had way more frames than I'd expect from a weekly anime. Was gorgeous stuff.
それじゃ。
あの野郎、俺たちもなっちゃおう。
Felt really good to hear the townspeople's real thoughts and feelings towards Nami spilling out now.
なんであいつ
A very grumpy Luffy is not something I knew I needed in my life.
お金の上の約束は死んでも守るんじゃなかったの？
Shows the rather extreme strength difference here as she's literally just able to move his clothing.
たかが1億ベリーだろう。また貯めりゃいいじゃねえか。
And now his full plan becomes apparent, and thankfully the story changes to one where Luffy and his crew are now really needed.
しかしあんたもえぐい手を使うな。
何ほど優れた測量士をみすみす逃す手があるか。
Even he isn't massively comfortable with him going back on his word in such a roundabout way.
これまでだ。武器を取れ、戦うぞ。
I'm so impressed by how their spirit was never broken over these 8 years, and right away they're willing to follow him in order to fight back.
じゃいけない。すべて終わっちゃう。生き抜かなきゃ。何もかも終わっちゃう。
I really like this mentality. So often in these kinds of anime, people will rise up and get stuff done, but there's realism in this one. They're clearly going to lose if they fight.
一度は命を捨てることをとどまり誓った。だがこれがあいつらの答えだ。あの子の優しさをもてあそぶあの巨人ども、我々は許さん。依存は。
First of all, although I can't show it all as it's too long, the speech as a whole is magnificent and highly deserving of that win. And secondly, all of these people animated from a distance, and it actually looks good too.
もう少しだけ待ってよ。私は平気だから。
我々の命を一人で背負ってよくここまで戦ってくれた。
Okay, that's enough. Enough of praising this dude without giving max wins for him. It's so rare that I ever click with a side character as much as I have him. He gets those 2 max wins.
よく戦った。
Oh man, they got me again! This story and these characters. I enjoyed Zoro's backstory. I enjoyed Sanji so much, and never did I ever think I could possibly be wowed even more by Nami's. I am!
やめてよみんな。もうあいつらに傷つけられる人を見たくないの。
Between that always gorgeous music and her physically trying to stop them from marching to their collective passing, easy win again to dish out.
行くぞみんな。勝てずとも俺たちの意地を見せてやる。
This dude, he truly is something else, and can I just say, beautifully goes back to a prior win about side characters getting a lot of building. I mentioned that ages ago, and here we are. That's so unexpectedly powerful, between her amazing voice acting, the animators portraying her pain and extreme anger, and then her taking things as far as that. It's max wins again.
あんたなんか出てけ。
My god, it's such a simple but such an effective way of showing us how she's almost losing her mind here with fury. Hell yeah, is all I can say to that moment. Max wins again. Easy to take the decision to issue them out. Well played to Oda there, and everyone involved with the anime.
俺の宝物に触るな。
Her understanding what this moment means to him by this gesture, and how much she means to him that he put it on her head.
行くぞ。
So damn cool. It zooms out and there's the whole crew looking incredibly awesome and waiting for him. I love this anime.
悪いが正気もねえあんたたちにこの扉は譲れねえ。
命をかけてもあの人たちは必ずやってくる。
I say again though, it's so damn cool. Also one of the most epic not walking on the spots of all time. You best believe I'm smiling ear to ear right now.
目を変えに来たあの4人の顔を目にしっかり刻みつけておくんだな。
I feel legit ashamed for looking at this anime over the years when I heard about it as being a kid's anime to a degree. You really should never judge something until you've consumed it. This is amazing.
アーロンってのはドイツだ。
Coolness in the first degree! Not only is so much work done on the towns and buildings looking different, but now that the weather has changed, the style they animate them has even changed. That building power structure, like I obviously figured he'd be able to beat some larger riffraff, but now we know. And that right there is exactly why I just gave the last win, because although he allowed himself to be hit, we now know that he can be hit very hard by the likes of Luffy. I feel it'll be the word of the last episode in this one, but very much cool. Sanji now entering that power structure and proving how strong his kicks are.
俺がいつてめえの身心配したよ。獲物を独り占めすんなっつってんだ。
あ、そっか。
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about when I say the characters aren't built like a series of repeatable tropes. I've caught some flack for saying Black Clover is like that, but I truly do believe this.
しかし彼らはなぜ戦うのだ。波の姉貴が泣いていた。
Whilst it's not quite as simple as that, it could be boiled down to that in this moment, most definitely, and as a result, comes across very cool. Really didn't have to animate him moving through the scene, but they did it anyway.
なんだあいつか。
魚人の仲間だったのか。
One of the perks of having split the team up at the start of the arc is now seeing his reaction as being totally different to Luffy's and Sanji's.
どこへ行く？こら待て待て中にモーム！
Such an unexpected but great moment that he initially has no intention to try and fight two guys who beat him up. Visually, that looks so stylish and appealing. Brilliant how he learns new ideas for attacks from the things that happen around him, such as noticing the pinwheel. Also though, take one here for the start of the attack as he yells. The voice actress did an incredible job there. The rather insane power of Luffy just on raw display there in the aftermath of that attack.
あんたが怒りのまま暴れちゃこのアーロンパークは粉々に破壊されちまうからな。チュッ。
It must have been such a pain to keep on keeping track of where all the characters should be standing and where all the damage is, and then keep replicating that, but goodness me, they just kept on doing it. Sanji saving Luffy from being crushed by probably his best kick yet in the entire thing.
あいつら今忙しいんだ。俺が相手してやるよ。
Already setting out the order of battle in terms of who will be facing who. I'm so damn hyped for this.
お前らが俺たちを潰してんじゃねえ。俺たちがお前らを潰してんだ。
I actually really like this as a statement, oddly enough. It's like telling him, you're not angry at us, we're seriously angry at you, and it threw him slightly. A very funny attack, but also a way to set up the third of these elite battles. Loads of not running on the spotter!
てめえら全員何死にたきゃ今すぐ消してやら
I have to go back to the guy who said Usopp as a coward, but this is like his bread and butter. He's not physically strong like Luffy, so this is how he effectively fights, and it does work. How he still has the time to mention the glass houses type comment as he runs away. For the first time, we get what I call a JoJo type situation where I get a little nervous. That makes for the best kind of battles, as right now, not sure how Luffy can beat him. Oh, you best believe Luffy doing the same thing back to him equals a win.
海に入ればこいつらの思うツボだぞ。水中の戦いじゃ明らかに魚人に利があるんだ。
Half the win is because it's great that Sanji cares enough still here to jump right in after him, but the other half is because it goes back to a prior win, again, of how interesting it is to have different races fighting in different ways. Makes for likely a very interesting variety of battles down the line. Ending the battle with seriously such a JoJo type situation. The only one looking to not be on the ropes there was Zoro. Yes, I was right. He is actually quite a unique villain. Oh man. How he tries a special move to catch the sword with all 6 hands and completely misses. How truly unique this guy is, but how you can actually hear in Zoro's voice the utter confusion and annoyance. This guy, man, I swear, even when I'm on episode 390, so 10 times on from this one, I'll remember him fondly. Super quick, not running on the spot! It's a very quick example, but this is a fresh battle. Each move is different to the last. It's legit painful to see him getting weaker like this, reminding me of a similar feeling when watching All Might at the end of Season 1 of My Hero Academia, where he's trying to keep up appearances. What can only really be described as a crazy dedication to your craft by animating moving all through the scene, and at a distance no less, and still have it look good. One Piece continues to be very anti-anime by having him be attacked here whilst he's talking. Probably the single best example this arc of impressively remembering where everything has to be placed in the wider scene. Damn good instance of the raw power these guys hold. I legit can't believe that he's back up again. Take a genuinely shocked win. Although it is funny, what I'm more impressed by is how Oda used his ability to outrun enemies so often. Otherwise, he'd have come across as really useless early on especially. I had a deep down feeling that having a second cool guy character join after Zoro would end up giving me some cool ass moments, and so far I'm not disappointed. That was outstanding because of the animation. He basically fell into an attack, but that also dodged his enemy's movements, and they showed the whole thing. Bloody brilliant. 2 max wins.
何を望む
俺はあいつの分も強くなるから世界一強い剣豪になるからさ
2 wins here. Firstly, it's that smooth as butter rotating shot. Secondly, it's for linking in this battle right here to not 1, but 2 seriously important moments in his character arc to date. That's hugely creative and well timed.
3本だろうが6本だろうがそんなことは関係ねえ
Take a follow-up here as well for him stating something to his enemy that he himself learned the hard way as a child, which obviously I covered back then.
新春大会生きて着地はさせねえぞ六刀流奥義
I think it's really clever here that Zoro wasn't exhibiting his dominance by way of strength, but rather via the way he uses his swords, the style and forms his body twists into, and so on.
普通じゃねえ鷹の目に勝つためには普通でいるわけにはいかねえんだ
A prime case of a follow-up to both wins 396 and 398.
なんかにタコスケこれで俺とお前の剣の重みの違いが分かったろ
Oh my goodness! What an end to the battle! The first of the Elite Three being taken out in such an elegant fashion, and his words there are perfection afterwards. Max wins for that ending. Powerful stuff.
もう泣くだけ泣いた行かなきゃみんな戦ってるんだ
Nami continues to prove her worth in the story. Aside from having a fantastic story herself, we get her resolve to help her soon-to-be crewmates again, and I love it.
貴様よくも蜂を貴様
Sanji being a legend just in time.
フィーの首が伸びてる
ごめん体ごと引っ張る力はないけど
Literally started laughing when I saw that, but not because I found it funny, but purely because I found it seriously clever.
お願い早く
しつこいな
Oh, that wasn't getting a win until they threw that in at the very end. After the music cut out, that's so good. Usopp is still running and annoyed at his persistence.
このまま貴様も沈めてやるこのたかが人間が
My boy Sanji again with the assist when it's most needed.
快速腹下し蹴り冗談爆笑
I think thus far a good job is done of animating them within the water, slowing things down a little for humans and changing the sound slightly. I'd be a liar if I said, in spite of the dangers, that this didn't make me laugh with how furiously he's suddenly in the background swimming upwards.
全く呆れた強さだ人間とは思えん
It actually makes for a seriously interesting and rather excruciating element to the arc and its battles. The whole they can breathe underwater but our heroes naturally can't.
圧迫し直角
The worst thing about this was being so tantalizingly close to the surface and air, only to be sucked all the way back down to the bottom. It's so infuriating, bruh. Also take another one here because this is the biggest JoJo type situation to date. I literally haven't the faintest idea how he's going to come back from this, and I cannot wait. Also, that right there is a good showing of the underwater effects I mentioned.
てめえも魚なら同じ苦しみだろう
Yep, I haven't thought of that. That's so clever to block his gills so now he couldn't breathe. And another one, because it highlights the utter badass Sanji was, that this guy managed all of 3 seconds of not being able to breathe, and yet Sanji was under there for like 5 minutes plus. Wow, I didn't think it'd attack him right there as he was claiming he was going to take him out. Not only was that a well-deserved anti-anime trope win, but the animation was gorgeous on the kick. Also, what was gorgeous though was the destruction animation. Still some of the best and most consistent looking I've ever seen in any anime for that matter. Well, just like Zoro with his final move earlier, it'd be silly to not give Sanji his own max wins for finishing this guy in such spectacular fashion. I continue to love it. For some reason, I really enjoyed that line. Ah, that's good. Yes, have one more for that. That consistent damage shown to both sides of the attack from the initial hit to the exit hole. So this is what I'm talking about when I say he's unique. He's genuinely really sad and angry in this moment. Like I said, it makes him the perfect contrast to Krieg, really.
ゲンさん代わって。今度は私が。
だいぶ顔色が良くなってるな。
かなり水は吐いたよ。
I'm so glad they add bits like this. Years ago on my Sins channel, I'd have been trying to be clever, talking about how long he's been under there, but here they sweep that aside with this update.
信じられない気持ちだけど、この戦いに希望すら湧いてきたよ。
Damn man, I feel so smart adding that win, I think around 6 episodes back, about the kids seeing the Marines all happy, but her having a face of caution, and now finally she's allowing herself to hope and smile. This flicking between heroes that's only really started this arc has been done so well. When you consider episode endings and pacing, it's fit beautifully since I think it's the first time properly. I mean, that's legit amazing because it's what I meant quite a few episodes back when I said I figured Nami would stab into a pouch so it looked like blood rather than her hand, and he has one.
俺たちは当然のことをしたまでだ。
負けるくらいなら死んだ方がマシだ。
私のビジネスのため、こうするしかなかった。
戦うぞ！なんて、あれでみっともね。
What a truly outstanding moment. All he wants to do is go home alive, sell the story of how hard he fought. But he's blasted by memories of those fighting still on the island. He's even crying, torn between saving his skin and running and returning to help his friends. Then you factor in his old crew and her, easiest max wins in a while. That's what I mean when I say you cannot call him a coward. Yes, of course he wanted to leave. Any normal person would in that position. But he stands up and fights for his friends. Guy's a legend. I tell you, some of the writing on this is so damn good, it reminds me a lot of the greatest of Hunter x Hunter, personally.
海へ出ようと決心したんだ。俺も目いっぱい笑ったって。
He says a lot here, and it's too much to show all of it copyright-wise, but the line here was by far my favourite, as it felt the most meaningful to his feelings. Not gonna lie, although it'd be weird to lie, it hurts seeing him get hit like this, and I think it's because of the whole crew, he's the closest to being an average dude.
ウソッパなんてバカな罠にはまったんだ俺は。酒？なまり星！
But then this is where he shines. Outside of the cunning and running, he's able to use tools greatly to his advantage. This was touched on by a commenter back in like episode 10, and I see it a lot now.
水大砲！
Man, the power of these dudes is insane. They make for such interesting opponents in such an early arc. Again, it's too long to show so much of, but basically him spilling his heart out here towards his friends back home, I thought was a lovely and realistic detail to add in. Two max wins, and you might be going, really, for a slingshot and hammer attack? But it's more than that. For me, the best detail was him relaxing, only to force himself into action once more, understanding he couldn't rest there, and instead had to quickly go onto the attack to take advantage of the situation, and I friggin' loved that! Plus the rest. And my guy can have a follow-up win for being totally anime anti again, for not allowing him to get up, having a long chat with him and letting himself be attacked, but going and hitting him more. Take a final one here for him. Can you even imagine how proud of himself he'd be in this moment? He actually did it. There's no lies involved. He won that battle. It's great to me.
さっさとくたばれ。大した価値はねえんだぜ。てめえらの命なんざよ。
あんたを殺しに。
Rather than split this win into singles, creating more editing work, I'll end the episode with Max wins. Firstly, they always end the episodes in the best places, but secondly, we got some lore about mermen.
俺たちといた8年間、何度俺を殺そうとした。暗殺、毒殺、奇襲。
Another really nicely added tidbit of information that Nami hadn't fully accepted her fate every day for 8 years and on some occasions had attempted to take him out.
お前は俺から逃げられん。
Symbolism!
あいつの言葉を疑っちゃいけない。
I'd show far more of it if I could, but this moment here is the crux of the whole win anyway. It's that weighty decision she's being forced to make, and that sound really adds to the insane tension.
私と一緒に死んで。
For those who need the translation, that's basically a very powerful okay, almost a hell yeah. But again, great symbolism of Nami escaping the web, and I love how everyone is so on board with freeing her. It freaking worked! I don't think I've been this hyped in ages. Luffy is back in the game.
30秒。それ以上は持たねえ。
Oh god, he's so awesome!
おっさん、風車は行かすのに。そんなこと今はどうでもよかろう。
Again, for those who need it, he's calling him old man, but obviously the win is for the pinwheel comment and his reaction.
なんて堂々とした登場だ。
Okay, 2 wins. Firstly, he's back and actually helping out in spite of their funny reaction to where he is. But also how they did this zoom out shot.
俺様の登場で戦いは一気にクライマックス。
I really like the way he thinks in this moment. Sounds so badass. And as I thought, he really is proud of himself.
てめえらの好きにさせてたまるか。
Where I come from, that's a good old-fashioned plot twist. I figured this guy was down for the count.
つまんなくな。バカが。
This is legit the first time watching the anime where I was like, ah, that's not good at all. Also though, come on man, they really didn't have to animate the sequence, but they did it anyway.
俺の前に立ちはだかるって。
今だ。行けぞ。
あんた何がしたいのよ。
しまった。輪ゴムが飛んでくるかと思った。
The fact that he was hiding down there from Usopp for like nearly 3 minutes or something? Just to clarify, the bit of Usopp was a little earlier and the payoff came a few minutes later. Just like her adopted sister, I find it great how the women in this anime are useful. I always think of Naruto, I think it was, I sinned years back. The one woman always seemed useless.
どこかで転んだよ。なぜ立っていられるんだ。
Such a fat win for someone who hates humans like him to be so utterly shocked by how a human can have such a devastating wound and yet actually have engaged his men in battle and won a fight.
開かねえ傷もあったのにな。
そういうこと、てめえでてめえがおかしい。
I found this so interesting because Arlon is caught in thoughts. He knows he needs to take him out, but at the same time, he can't quite bring himself to end it right there. How Zoro knew that with those wounds he inflicted, he'd end up taking himself out if he moved around so freely, and it came true.
だじゃねえか。だいたいてめえが話をややこしくしたんだ。
Luffy is finally free! Big win! pretty cool that Luffy assesses the situation whilst in the air and dropping down and rescues Zoro in that time. Fantastic looking attacks that actually lands hard. He really is the best opponent against him. Take one more for that because those damage effects at the end are just... What I love about Luffy is that you know he isn't bluffing. If he was really shocked, he'd let us know. That... that caught me off guard. So simple but so perfect. Got me worried about the fight this has because Luffy was very much dodging with everything he had. Not running away on the spot. The studio absolutely has a wins vein here in terms of how often they wrap up episodes with cliffhangers, plot twists, awesome sounding statements and more. Luffy proving in his own way his abilities as a human. I don't need to be able to bite through it if I can smash it with my fists. Arlong keeps hitting him with what he thinks are great points, but Luffy keeps countering with his own. He doesn't need to rely on just his own strength because he has his nakama for that, his BFFs. Feels so good when he actually lands a hard attack. Oh hell yes, that gets a win on its own. I wondered why he smacked him in the mouth with the sword so hard. Turns out it was to test if his teeth could handle his attack and they couldn't. Here he is again on from win number 1008, basically stating why a crew is so important and why his means so much to him. Something beyond good friends and allies.
What?
See, that's what I mean. He's giving straightforward answers. This is what he can do for them in this moment, and obviously the whole crew is more than on board with that. It's great how well thought out this whole arc has been. It's really allowed for each of them to have their own moment in the here and now outside of Nami's brilliant backstory playing out. That's gross, and it's got me nervous again, I'm not gonna lie. But why would I lie to you though? You're not my mum and my room is clean! That right there is a plot twist I really didn't see coming a mile off, and he's so casual about it when he gets up. All of the tasty animation in the aftermath of this attack. The battle keeps on being unexpected though. Another time the animators had to draw so much stuff for it to be on screen for all of 4 seconds. Everyone thinks Luffy is messing around, but he is being serious here and did give himself another way of attacking. It's nothing short of thrilling how Luffy turns what looks to be a horrible attack into his own counterattack. How his crew comes so in handy here as right away she's able to point him in the right direction. Luffy is great. Non-exposition way of letting us know that he's struggling against Luffy on the land as much as he'd hate to admit it.
よくかわしたもんだ。
Another aspect that reminds me of Hunter x Hunter is how well utilized enemies' abilities are. It's not just they have a weapon and they use it. Instead, it's the various ways they use all of their natural abilities. Also though, bless whoever was in charge of doing all of the damage effects all the time.
嫌だとっ捕まえてあいつの鼻へし折ってやる来てみろサメ
I don't know what he's planning, but I can't take much more of this.
隠れろっつうのが分かんねえのかルフィ
ゴムの
Might seem an odd setup for a win, but the voice acting is so on point. I've really started appreciating Usopp's every episode now as well. He fits his character so nicely, and of course, Luffy is Luffy. Max wins for showcasing not one, but 2 new uses of his body. Like if I was Oda, I'd struggle to come up with maybe 3 or 4, but at this point, it's like 15 or something? Also though, just like against Captain Kuro, the attacks make sense, such as slowing him in the air with a net to then be able to attack a much slower target with power like this. Love how every villain isn't the same. He's got his own reasons to fight. He's got his reasons why he's so angry. For him, his pride is hurt because he truly believes himself to be superior. How can I mention damage effects and then not give this one?
あの才能は俺たち巨人のためにあるべきなんだ。
ナミは俺たち航海士だ
They continue to strike away at that wind's vein with the ending to this episode yet again.
てめえにはあの女の才能を無駄にすることしかできねえわけだ。
Even though it's obviously destroyed, the internal set design is great. Aside from the damage to the room, it's filled to the brim with books and paperwork, and it all had to be done by hand. If that's a non-exposition manner of telling us that she works her hands bloody making maps for him, then that is amazing.
てめえにこれほど効率よくあの女を使えるか
Even though they do have Luffy address the blood, I think it's great how he twitches here when he hears the words use her, which obviously is the last thing he'd do to her or any member of the crew.
なんだ切り鉢がピクリとも動かねえ
That's such a small but amazing detail to work into it.
使う
And there it is! He's addressing those 2 prior wins! A lot of things go unspoken in this anime, and I love that. So Luffy kicking the desk of all things out of the wall is his way of telling him, without saying it, that she's done making maps forever for him. Also how they added damage to the desk around the impact from his foot. Nice touch.
Luffy?
Amazing, he picked the worst possible room to engage Luffy in. He wants it all intact, Luffy literally wants to destroy it.
俺を騙せると思うな嘘の海図を書きやがって
Getting to see some of the horrible things Nami went through as a child there. Well, it's early in, and it's broken me already with that. Plus, the panning shot was lovely in and of itself. Between those 2 elements, Max wins there. Just one there for that lovely piece of music playing after her tears. If anyone knows it, please let me know in the comments. I really like that one. Oh, he snapped his friggin' nose! And that serious look from him afterwards. It's times like this I feel so anxious, knowing he was half a second away from hitting Luffy, and in that time he quickly stamps him down like this. And take one here for destroying this evil place like he said he would. And it also wouldn't be a One Piece wins video if I didn't give massive props to the continued great looking damage effects. Truly one of the best examples of One Piece doing things differently with the shots and angles. I mean, come on! The cry from Nami there was perfection voice acting wise, and then it'd be silly to ignore all of these damage animations after win number 1050, so take 2 max wins here for both please and thank you. Oh my god, then seeing the beautiful landscape in the background as the dust is blown away and that gorgeous song plays. I'd love to know that one too, if anyone can help your boy out.
Luffy.
Seeing everyone's reactions to not knowing who won the battle was bliss. They all really care for Luffy, and it shows so well on their faces. Luffy making it out okay and in a grand and awesome looking style, and of course their reaction. I really like those guys. They've been an awesome addition the last 2 arcs, I must say. Yeah, definitely that. What a fantastic moment. That means a lot. Putting so many frames into her gorgeous reaction to his words as well. Because the arc was so well structured, seeing them all happy now means so much more to me than ever before. Feels like I've gone through it with them in a weird way. The return of his hat and that smile, I just derived so much joy from that moment, oddly enough.
おかげでアーロンに渡すはずだった金も、このアーロンパークに蓄えられた金品もすべて私のものだ。
I can feel my blood boiling. That's when you know you've watched a good story play out. I'm annoyed, bruh.
人が大いに喜んでるところに水差すんじゃねえよ。
Zoro continues to be amazing. He really didn't care. He just wanted him to shut up. Really happy it wasn't just Zoro, but Nami got her revenge for him shooting her. Basically, let's call her her sister, and for wrecking part of the grove. Oda really knows how to wrap up a story arc in style. I'd prefer to actually see Arlong, but you cannot deny that the aftermath has been nothing short of wholesomeness.
まさか海賊に救われることになるとはわからんもんだな。これでやっとベルメールの魂も天国へ行けるな。
This montage and their statements just really serve to drive home how terrible life was for those horrible 8 years that they suffered under their rule, and now we've seen Arlong taken out, so I'm happy.
麦わら帽子をかぶったルフィという海賊、
並びに以下4名のその一味を我が政府の敵とみなす。全世界指名手配の賞金首にしてくれ。
From a lore perspective, that's so interesting how they're making that call, but also feels noteworthy that this is the first time Luffy and his crew have been officially recognized. It's shocking that in spite of being so zoomed out, you can actually make out quite a bit of detail in this shot.
明日も明後日も倒れるまで祭りは続けるぞ。
It feels to me that another weaker story would have wrapped and then had them leave right away. I think it's amazing how we're still here getting to see things like this. Means a lot. And then the last win allows for ones like this to happen, to see this heartbroken kid from before now so happy. Luffy being Luffy with extreme prejudice.
こんな大傷自分で処理しよって。
This is another big deal to me. Injuries not healing up by the next scene or episode. It's logically followed him now through 2 arcs.
なんでだよ。
だって海賊は歌うんだぞ。
だから
Can't risk showing the whole thing due to copyright, but Luffy says getting a doctor, good idea, but we need a musician first, and then gives no reason why they need one first, so Zoro calls him out on it. Oh, you already knew this was getting a win. Stunning looking shot that it is.
私が海賊になることを止めたと思う？止めないね。
ノジコ！
もし止めたとしても、あんたが言うこと聞くの？
Her way of saying this is where Nami is most happy in life, plus she knows the kind of person Luffy and the others are. They're not bad people by any means.
お前らは間違いなくベルメールの子だよ。思い通り生きろ。お前の母親のように。
I'm so gonna remember this guy fondly. Just you watch me, guys and gals.
明日からは自分たちの手で新しく始めていかなくちゃ。昔のことを忘れるなんてできっこないし、必要もないと思う。裏を支えていくのは俺たちなんだし。
This kid being one of the best anti-anime tropes of the whole thing, showing to have learned a serious lesson from all of this and taken away a lot from it.
入れ墨っちゅうのはそういうもんじゃ。
うん。バカだよね。
The story again delving into things further than expected. Could have been, what happened to the tattoo? Oh, I got it removed. But no, we see this scene, even hearing how it considered how to do it over the years. Really good to see this follow up as well, the human side on display. As a child, of course, that was the last thing she'd ever won. Probably finding it horrible and scary. Must have been hard.
どうってことないじゃん。こんなの飾りだもん。ナミと一緒だね。
Finding out why she got tattoos herself as well. That's bloody brilliant. So much learning squeezed into the last couple of minutes. I'm shocked, and it's all good, interesting stuff.
我々はこれから精一杯生きようと思う。あまりにも多くの犠牲の上に立ってしまった。精一杯バカみたいに笑ってやろうと思うのだ。だがな、お前たちがナミの笑顔を奪うようなことがあったら、私がお前を殺しに行くぞ。
This guy, he seals the deal for the anime to get one more win because of him, because of his kind words to Bell-mare, and then what he says to Luffy shows how much he cares for Nami. Brilliant how the characters didn't just engage in tropes on screen, but instead acted as real people. Cannot express how much I like that about this anime.
二人とも、今日は何の日だか知ってる？今日はナミとノジコに初めて会った日なんだよ。
Nami leaving all of her money behind for the people of the village, but most importantly, this look into a very sweet moment in their past.
じゃあ、初めて書いたこの島の地図は夢の一歩ね。
Two wins here. Firstly, after a bit of a harsh row they had before Arlong turned up, it's nice to see more of what everyday life was actually like for all of them. But also how encouraging she was of Nami's dream as soon as she heard it, which contrasts heavily with her experiences with Arlong forcing her to make maps. Feels as though the studio really laid out her feelings here of contentment to leave finally, and also feeling the warmth of her home one more time. Rotating shot like it's not a difficult thing to do!
だから、この島に戻るのはいつになるか。
How this whole scene was handled so beautifully, and I'll tell you something I really appreciate, is it being one-sided. She was just talking to her memory, her mother, in that moment, about her big plans. That kind of feels like a get out there in the world and do so with gusto. Go do big things. That's how it felt to me anyway.
全部積み終わったか？
さてと、食料も結構もらったし、準備万端だ。
First of all, how they animated the ship being loaded when they didn't have to. And secondly, it feels real good for some reason that they're departing like this together. Fully stocked, everyone in high spirits. Just feels awesome, especially with that music playing.
いろいろとお世話になりました。あしらはまた本業の賞金稼ぎに戻りやす。
Wouldn't feel right to leave these guys behind without giving them a win for how great they were these past two arcs. They helped out in tasks, in battles, they were funny, hats off to them. Moments like these are why I keep praising unique looking characters and animating loads of people when they don't need to, such as here being a perfect example, so many people all different looking.
そっか、そうだよな。目的は果たしたんだし、海賊になる意味もねえんだから。
Multiple conversations happening in the same scene, which I always liked for realism, rather than one starting, ending, and then another starting, and so on.
金を全部置いていくだと？あの1億ベリーをか。
置き手紙と一緒に家に置いてあったわ。
Love how he and the Doctor's first instinct is about Nami needing the money and purely being worried about her, not even thinking about the amount of money they've now got. Bless them both.
船を出して！
Not running on the spot.
勝手な別れ方は許さんぞ。
おい、こんな別れ方させていいのか?
Such a creative and unique way for her to leave her home. I mean, I've never seen anything like this. So much animation goodness. It's further creative to the end, tying it into her childhood as a scamp up to no good, and then the fact that she's given them probably 1,000 times more, and it nicely ends her time there. Then that just sells it as a great ending to the arc for me, switching from "you bad girl" to "come back anytime, take care" and so on.
約束を忘れるな。
This man can have one final win. I've been praising him all of the arc. It's very fitting.
何のマークだ？みかんと風車だそうじゃ。
Okay, that's just way more beautiful of a moment than I ever expected. Damn man, that got to me a little.
行ってきます。
I swear Oda got better and better at ending arcs. It's like he thought of absolutely everything in this one.
もう必要あるまい。
あれ、ゲンさん。風車どうしたの？ゲンさん顔が怖いから泣いちゃうじゃない。
そうだ。これなら笑ってくれるだろう。これからずっとこうしていれば。どうだ、ナミちゃん。
That's why he had that. To make Nami less afraid of him when he was a baby, and that's why he's now removed it from his hat. I don't even care. That's getting 2 max wins. That's beautiful. That was hands down one of the best arcs I've ever seen. Certainly the best arc in this anime to date. Blown away. Final win for it. My god, that was great.
今度あげたらもう買わないからね。
Between this and those weird snail phones, he's establishing quite an interesting lore here. This one was the best though, since it takes into account how you'd get news on the seas.
貧乏海賊なんてやだもん。
おい、騒ぐな。俺は今必殺タバスコ星を開発中なのだ。
I know I keep on harping on about it, but this is what I mean when I say it's not like Black Clover, because they're just living life. He's restocking his weapons, she's trying to save money, it's their lives.
ここはナミさんのみかん畑。この俺が指一本触れさせねえ。
Such a nice touch to give Nami her own grove on the ship. That's so good and clever.
おいの警備万全です。
ありがとう、サンジ君。
It's actually very cool how Nami doesn't really give him much in return other than kind and genuine thanks in return for the way he acts towards her. There's nothing off-putting either side.
しかし世の中荒れてるわ。リラでまたクーデターか。
There could scarcely be a better time to add in world lore than now. Couldn't the time the last one any better as Oda takes the time to throw at our faces a bunch of new and unique looking characters?
初頭の手配から3000万ベリーは
I love it. It's such a great moment of the story to now introduce this element, a natural element as well, given that they're pirates, but it somehow feels so clever.
絶対的正義の名のもとに
Seeing this huge looking dude in the actual true power of the Marines and what they stand for, not these little chumps we've seen bits and pieces of up till now. An unexpected treat getting to see Syrup Village again. Choosing to take the time to animate him running through the whole scene.
どうしたの、メリ
ー。見てください、これを。
Also though, take one for showing us older characters and how they're still doing well. That was amazing too. Really serves to make this world feel like it's alive.
ウソップさん。その後ろ姿はトップさんに
It's funny, but the main win for me, to be honest, is knowing without them telling me how much she cares for him that she noticed that. This just put a very fond smile on my face seeing that. What she'd like to be there when she opens the window, but she's still happy because he's out there alive and well and following his dream. Also though, it'd be criminal to get a view of a house like this, that's totally new, and not give it a win. Like, it may sound silly, but I'm loving this so much. It's genuinely making me emotional. Seeing these old faces again and an update how they're doing. Blah! Well played. Feels like the perfect time to bridge a gap I left, purely because I didn't know, but I'm told he's the guy whose jaw was badly hurt by Captain Kuro on board the marine ship and was hypnotized into thinking he took Kuro out, which is why he had such an inflated ego. So take that win now instead. Perfect timing as I only just spoke about the guy and here he is, unexpected again, shut up and take my win! And another here, naturally, for seeing all these guys again, and especially him. Plus, if anyone knows that song, please also let me know it. That's sung to my heart all through these scenes. Also, I feel like a win is needed for the fact that none of this was done via a montage with mere stills in it, running music over the top. The entire thing was animated start to finish. Seeing how happy Luffy is to get this news shows how big of a deal this is to him and how much he's wanted it. No pun intended, over the years he's dreamed of being a pirate. Also though, big credit here for having Usopp point his back out on the poster too like she did. That just tickled me for some reason. It's too much. These two dancing in the background because Usopp said, maybe one day you'll get a wanted poster. Next thing you know, they're dancing like that.
この額ならきっと本部も動くし、強い賞金稼ぎどもも放ってはおかない。今までの奴らとはわけが違うぜ。
Nami and Zoro just beautifully rounding up this revelation for us and also setting up the coming story in a big way. I've said it once before, ages ago, and so it bears repeating here. These ships all looking totally different to one another. His looks like a shed perched atop a ship. Pretty poor looking. Even all of these nameless marines are completely different looking to one another.
Luffy, ここは俺に任せろ。
Two wins here. Firstly, it's good to see Zoro getting back into action, having rested for a while, and he got taken care of by the doctor on the island for a few days too. Also though, this is a good callback to an earlier moment where Luffy defected the cannonball but destroyed part of the restaurant ship, which caused all those problems, so naturally they want him away. There was probably the single most badass looking unique shot in the entire thing to date. That looked stunning, getting a first person shot like that. Max wins! How they don't just make that happen, but instead show us the boat looking worse for wear. I mentioned it myself in win number 1130, and then you see the cracks on the cannon itself and it makes total sense. It never stops being awesome to see him using his abilities. That reaction, probably thinking, of all the places in the world, this guy is right here. Genuinely unexpected plot twist, suddenly bringing this guy back into the story. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. To use this moment to bring Shanks back into the story and his crew, I have no words. I am simply very impressed. Dropping a win here just purely because it's good to see him as a human rather than some emotionless machine. Shockingly Mihawk's voice actor.
でもあの子の夢だもの。
Also, they take one here for seeing Luffy's hometown once again, quite a blast from a much earlier episode past. So far, the best looking world map we've seen.
この島には有名な町があるの。ローグタウン。
海賊王が死んだ町。
行く？
うん、見てみて。
Doing such a good job of setting up the next arc of the story, and I cannot wait.
ワンピースを手に入れた男が、この世の全てを手に入れた男が。
His comments about him having the One Piece made this so much of a bigger deal than it already was. Plus, seeing old and new characters coming back into the story, assuming that was Buggy anyway. Never thought I'd give a win for this, but in fairness, I never did think about it, but the ship being a ship and them doing ship-type stuff to it.
おはようナミスさん。
おはようサンジ君。
ちょっと待っててめえら。
俺のことだろう。ビルガビーだ。
こいつもしぶといもんだぜ。
I swear I live for these little kinds of interactions between the crew.
ナミさん、ご飯できたよ。おい、野郎ども、飯だぞ。
The perfect scene to show the difference between how he talks to guys and then her, or girls in general really. This cool looking map effect going from where our crew are all the way over to Buggy in the island he's on.
よっしゃー！ついにできたぜ派手イカだ。
And naturally, of course, I was right, and it is in fact Buggy taking an unexpected win.
俺様を舐め腐るといい度胸してるじゃねえか。ごめんじゃい、せやせ。
It's a very personal win, but to be honest, just seeing the little bird escape from him was well worth a win.
おい、見ろよ、ヤドカリだ。どこで紛れ込んだんだろうな。
それともウソップの村から乗り込んでたりして。
だとしたらすげえよ。
Just as in win number 1148, these are the kind of conversations I adore. Them just chatting about a creature on board, wondering where it came from as she prunes and Usopp cleans a cannon.
なんだ。てめえは？
I know it's a mixed canon/filler episode, but if this is a filler part, I really don't mind it. I get to see this guy again and hear his voice actor, who sadly is no longer with us. Feels good. Toots adorbs!
酒なんて何日ぶりだろ。
さあ、おかわりならいくらでもある。どんどんやってくれ。
Again, it's likely filler, but it's filler I don't really mind, to be fair. In some ways, it serves as a nice break from the intense last few arcs. Just a bit of downtime for a short while.
なんたって海賊魂があるからよ。な、どうだ。
おめえ、俺を誘ってくれるのか。
It's still very sweet that someone asking him to join their crew means so much to him as when Luffy did it earlier on.
20年も一緒に暮らし続けてるとな、珍獣といえども情が打つ。こいつらを見捨てるわけにはいかねえんだ。
Him still being nice to animals is still always a win.
わかった。達者でやれよ。
お前もな。さらば友よ。元気でな。
おめえもな。
An oddly very sweet ending here between them as they say goodbye, a moment that made the whole thing very much worthwhile. A bunch of unexpected art style changes there. Well, needless to say, ding. I love how so many of the ships look so unique. You focus long enough, you see new hearts for ages on hers.
おやすみなさい。
It's so warm and wholesome that she says goodnight to that photo before heading off to sleep. If this is filler, it's the kind of filler I can appreciate, getting to see what happened when Luffy got rid of Buggy, what did his crew do, and here we can see just that. Also, as is always the case with this anime and this studio, every single pirate looking completely different to the rest. They did it again! A very cool and unique way to transition from what they're doing to an entirely different location. if this is filler, the animation on that battle in that distance, not going all Dragon Ball Z with repeated movements, just had to score itself a win. Oh, you best believe them doing the same thing I just gave them a win for is getting them another one. Okay, so shockingly they're getting a third win here for this, and the reason is thusly. If you're an animator doing a battle and you choose to do it fresh, each animation different to the last, you gotta be praised for it. Maybe a Rocky Punch reference? Love the animators also always taking the time to throw so much detail in these panning shots. Can you even imagine the pain in detailing all of them in the scene? Heck of a lot of detail from a distance right there. So I'm dumb and wouldn't have picked this up, but on the wiki page it states that this symbol on the hands and face is a bear claw, after which they're named, but also looks like 3 people on a pot since they're cannibals, which is pretty interesting to be fair. Suddenly going first person like it's absolutely no big deal whatsoever. How on earth did he manage to stretch out his voice that far right there? Goodness me! Even though he lost to Luffy, it's still an awesome ability that he's got, where he's able to fight like this. Bunky getting his body back, but most importantly, it was the scene of where it all came back together that scores the win. Animation was real nice, floating through all the connections. They even include damage effects for the first time since the Arlong arc, although to be fair, nothing much has been destroyed since then. Basically the same win as before. You don't hand do all those people and then not get a win. Dedication! They fit the cover content in quite nicely, all things considered. It kind of gave meat to their journey time to get there too, so it didn't feel instantaneous after leaving Arlong Park, which is good. Giving this a really grand feel as we approach this new arc feels like a huge and important point to the overall story as well. Now that was an enjoyable OP. I felt like I was in a Tokyo nightclub 24 years ago. The visuals are great, showing old and new characters alike. All our main ones get some moments too. I really liked it. Also take another here for something I barely caught, but it's cool how everyone knows how important Luffy's hat is to him. So even though it's like 1 second long, you see all of them try to catch it. We're finally in Logetown, and even just from the entrance and the buildings flanking it, we see, again, totally different kinds of buildings to anything seen before. Wonderful example of how they did crowds really nicely prior to CGI becoming more mainstream. A scenery shot of the whole city? I mean, what can I say aside from yes? Really happy that her turning up in the last couple of episodes wasn't just filler. In fact, they handled the filler really nicely. It was tough to tell what was and was not a cover story. That's what I was talking about back at Arlong Park. Before Luffy beat Arlong, the rooms are filled with stuff. All of it had to be done by hand. Tons of detail. Introducing a decent twist to the story here. First of all, I like how most big towns have marine HQs, and secondly, the twist here that pirates don't just arrive and then leave. Also though, shout out to this voice actor, another one who hadn't done much else. Sadly he died very shortly after voicing this role, and yeah, rest in peace. A very quick scene, but a very good one to show us what kind of a man this guy is.
大佐が仕切るようになってからはこの町に入った海賊が一人残らず監獄行き。
An awesome bit of lore to drop onto us, that this place was once filled with pirates, which naturally it would be, but he's basically cleaned it out on his own.
ではルフィは
時期に現れるさ。
なんで港に出ちまってんだ？なんでだ？
If One Piece does something consistently to me, it'd shock me by pushing people together that other stories would take episodes to drag out. Suddenly they're both meeting. And their first interaction was straight up pleasant. Unexpected.
お金を貸してくれ?
Two wins here. Firstly, how money is an actual factor in the anime and story. In fact, it always has been, but this event was enough to push it over and get it a win now. Secondly though, this very unique looking crowd of people, I can't believe they're still not repeating characters to ease on the animation workload. I can see where this might be going a little. The main focus of the last arc was on Nami. Wouldn't surprise me if this one did a bit of a focus again on Zoro.
おい、これか？
ごめんなさい。
I knew it! I love this anime so much. It's great how characters get so much development at this early stage one at a time. Man oh man, an even better view of the whole place! Animating Luffy walking through the scene.
こいつはな、キラージャイアントって呼ばれしたやつの慣れの果てだ。100人の海賊をあの世に送ってきたが、ゴールド・ロジャーがたった一撃で葬り去っちまった。これがその時の傷だ。だがこいつも大悪党で鳴らしたやつだ。だがゴールド・ロジャーの前では赤ん坊同然じゃった。
Getting to learn a lot about one of the most famous pirates in history and the things he did when alive, and actually going into quite some detail about it too. Plus it's cool to see what it means to Luffy.
人々は恐れをなし、近づく者も絶えて久しい魔の海だったのさ。
Using this time to fill us in on extra details about the Grand Line, as up till now it's been pretty thin on the ground as far as solid details are concerned.
随分楽しそうに飲むじゃねえか、ロジャー。
そりゃあそうさ。
Getting to see something of the most famous pirate ever was awesome. Plus another one for showing this old man when he was younger and that he actually knew the man himself. Great that they aged him appropriately as well.
まずいのか？
いや、まずいわけじゃねえんだが。悪いことは言わねえ。あそこだけはやめときな。
Showing this as a bit of a selfish win? Well, not really. The music is great and gets that win anyway. But if anyone knows that track, I'd love to hear of it too. It's amazing sounding.
俺は海賊王になる。
Oh, that was sick. Basically the first time someone has brought him back to his youth when he heard those words. Someone who has no fear in his heart for what's out there.
乾杯と行こうじゃねえか。永遠の海賊王に。
It's so damn sweet how quickly Luffy turns it around from someone yelling, telling him to get out, to wanting him to stay and have a drink of milk with him because he doesn't drink booze. That's lovely.
今日は特別な日じゃねえか。そうだろ?
And now I'm getting an understanding of what his ability is, and again it's totally different to everything that's come before it, just like he is really.
まるで凱旋した将軍のように歩いていったんだ。
I am absolutely loving hearing about the history of this world. Plus, they're building it in such an organic and badass way.
Toby.
I mean, come on, man. That music just made that scene. It's incredible. It made it like 4 times better than it would have been. That was put to screen so well. That's getting max wins, actually. They do a great job here of showing him as such an imposing figure. The guy is absolutely massive.
こいつを外してくれ。痒くてしょうがねえんだ。
The original voice actor for Jonathan the Joestar and the father of Aika Otsuka, who voices characters like All for One in My Hero Academia and Thorkel in Vinland Saga and so much more. His father sadly passed away in 2015.
一つだけの大秘宝ワンピースをよ
探せ、この世のすべてをそこに置いてきた。
That right there also deserves max wins. Great voice acting on the guy who yelled, but also knowing it was this moment that changed everything for Pirates and for Luffy, plus everyone being animated. It's insane. How he was able to get the last laugh by essentially single-handedly starting a new great pirate age with those words.
お前か、イーストブルー一の賞金首は。
俺はルフィだ。なんか用か？
Luffy being incredibly casual in moments such as these will probably not ever not get a win. Although the attack failed, the actual rotating shot itself being animated was gorgeous. How they do his ability here without actually showing it. You just see him disappear for a moment and then reappear on the other side, and already you're like, what?
無駄だ。何度経っても。
そんなのやってみなきゃわかんねえよ。
That's definitely one element of Luffy's personality that I enjoy the most, is how he approaches these things, where nothing has angered him in any way, in a light-hearted fashion of never giving up to anyone. Finding a pretty clever way to get Luffy out of that fight for now. I think it was really a nice touch to add them sometimes running into one another, in this instance nearly 3 of them meeting.
占いによるとあのニックギ小僧はすでにこの町にいると出た。復讐の時は今こそ派手に来たれ。
Okay, I'm happy now. Why? I hear you yelling from across the road, breaching my privacy. It's because that really was a cover story, not just filler. He's actually here and actually after Luffy.
で、あんた、守備よくあいつの命を取れるの？
死ぬのは
あら、あんたじゃない。
The sheer volume of frames in this shot is insane.
一体どこに行くんだ?
It's another video and it's another win for totally different looking characters all over the place all the time.
心の貧しさの方が問題なんじゃないですか?
あのな。
Such a good example of the wealth of characters this story holds. Each one really is different to the last. She totally has her own set of morals and beliefs, and it really shows via her words. Just like in win number 1223, here we are again with another 2 from the crew coming across one another. I like it. Zoro being Zoro even when just cleaning the hallway. Even in a scene as simple as this one, the idea of a fresh series of attacks is used. Each movement totally unique to the last. Can't tell me many older long anime do this. Instead of making everything look the same to save on time, you get a shop front like this looking really detailed.
刀を2本売ってくれ。
え？10番ベリーで2本？こいつの腰のもの、もしや。こいつはまさしく。
I think it's a lovely added touch from Oda to have the sword become important. I'm told it's the one he got from Kuina's father after her passing, so making that a focal point now is fantastic to me.
さっき海軍駐屯地で何者かが暴れていったんです。あなたまでいなくなったから心配してました。
This woman is incredibly adorable. She doesn't even suspect him in spite of the really weird timing.
はあ、この刀もしかして和道一文字。
Win number 1233 just became even better for me, as this woman, now intricate to the story running alongside Zoro, happens to know of this exact sword from his past.
確か大技物21項の1本。ほら、これ見てください。
It just gets better and better, as it turns out there's bloody lore attached to the sword, or swords, given the look of that book. How damn awesome is that? Putting a whole bunch of movement and frames into this when they really didn't need to.
悪名ですよ。刀をお金稼ぎの道具にするなんて許せません。
まあいろいろ事情があったりもするんじゃねえのか。 職種には時代のニーズってもんがあるからな。
I think it's fantastic that as a character he doesn't bite on her insulting him without knowing it's him. He knows what he's about. He doesn't need to say it. He merely offers food for thought instead.
最上大技物12個、大技物21個、両技物50個。
For context, she says she's going to become a master swordsman, then free these master-crafted swords from evil hands. But the win is for the lore expanding like crazy about swords, bruh! I love it!
この刀。
バリそうだわ。3台鬼鉄です。
I friggin' love it! He just happened to find a super rare sword!
妖刀か。
I tell you what, as a fair deal, you keep on giving me tasty lore in this anime about anything and make it this deep and interesting and I'll hook you up with a win.
今となっちゃこの世に鬼鉄を使ってる剣士は一人もいねえ。たとえ知らずに使ってもこの世から消えていなくなるからだ。
I must admit, I didn't think you'd take me up on my offer within the first 3.5 seconds, but that's the world we live in, so here we go.
さあこうしよう。俺の運とこいつの呪い。どっちが強いか試してみようか。
That's awesome. It's way better than him merely saying he wants it. Instead, he gives a pretty awesome and mysterious reason as to why he's buying it. Oh my goodness, as if it wasn't awesome enough already, he tests it out there and then and his luck wins out. That's amazing.
おい、もう一本選んでくれねえか。
It's great how he kind of turns the whole dynamic on its head here, taking charge in a really weird way, like he's just being himself with her, and she's happy to help him out now.
両技物湯走り。いや、金はいい。もちろん鬼鉄の代金もいらねえ。さっきは騙そうとしてすまなかった。
The same thing then happened to him, except Zoro didn't even have to say anything. He just understood a real master swordsman was in his place of work and felt compelled to arm him. I love it. Legend! He got his 3 swords back. Another great element to the story that he lost to, as it were, and then went an entire arc with only 1. I feel like in other stories, he'd never have wrecked them. Animating multiple characters moving within one scene.
全然わかんねえぞ。
どこ隠れやがった。
This. Very brief, not running on the spot. Hell, if the last one got one, then this one really should get one. Before I end episode 49, please note on Patreon I'll also be opening polls as to whether or not to cover filler arcs and movies. So again, if you want those covered, any pledge gets you a vote. Check it out in the description. I tell you, they're really cashing in on all the not running on the spots wins. They know they'll earn.
海軍きっての天才スナイパーだったお前が今じゃ弱い者いじめか落ちぶれたもん。もしお前が死んだら娘が路頭に迷うか。
ああ、煙のおじちゃんがよろしく言ってたと伝えておこう。
The perfect way to organically reveal information about this dude without it sounding like an exposition dump. Everything sounded normal.
こんなとこで何してんだゾロ。
おめえこそなんだよ。
俺か。俺は道に迷ってる。
For now, as a character, Zoro is the best one who calls out Luffy on the hilarious things he says. Like, I thought the same thing. Why do you sound so proud that you're lost? I can't believe they basically animated him walking through the whole scene, albeit with small cuts to moving further forwards easily. Another good case of where the animators did quite the unique shot instead of cutting to a reaction or something.
うちに帰ってママにケーキでも焼いてもらうんだな、坊や。
Without saying that much, it tells us a lot about the guy. He took everyone else out but spared him due to his age.
一流の狙撃士の心意気ってやつだぜ。ゴーグルゴーグル。
Simply put, I had a smile on my face seeing how happy Usopp was just going around and shopping. Guy deserves it.
私この町の海軍大佐とお友達なの。煙のおじちゃんよ。
A pretty cool way to introduce her to the story since we only just found out about her, but in such a non-direct way, I had to do some mental math for a second to figure out who she was.
さドッキリ作戦大成功なんちゃってねそっちゃ。
お前だな。
No! Him having an eye for details is such a nice touch given his sharpshooting background we're told about, but half the win is for Usopp's amazing reactions. This guy is legit, but once again, his reactions are probably the best in the anime so far.
やつと決闘しようなんてそんなバカ。一体どんな顔してるわけ？
I'm really impressed that instead of just fighting in the street, they go to a graveyard nicely away from the city proper to do their duel. Such a nice added touch. Not only did they show all of these people from a height here, but they then proceed to show the same people from multiple angles, meaning the same positions and clothing each time.
Nami! 子連れのダディ相手に決闘するなんてバカじゃないの？
Nami is so good here, her voice almost breaks calling him Baka, I love it. This guy proves how good he is by shooting the gun out of his hand through the smoke after only just turning around. That's nuts.
女の後ろに隠れるつもりか。
違うんだ、忘れてくれ。こいつは何の関係もねえ、赤の他人だ。
He makes for truly such an interesting character. He's on his knees saying he's sorry, but then he's called out for being a coward in the moment. He instantly snaps out of it and stands up for himself.
お前、赤髪海賊団のヤソップという男を知っているか？
Bro, what an amazing twist to the story that he knows about his father. Someone we've barely heard much of at all in a long time now. Once again, de-aging someone the right way. He looks a bit younger here in terms of the size of his body compared to now. Also though, getting to see more of these pirates, that's always a win where I come from.
何をする？あんたの娘か？
返せ。たまんねえ。少尉さんもやるかい？いつも娘のそばにいてやるがいい。一人ぼっちになんてしちゃいけねえ。
Says a great thing about his father that he had zero interest in taking his life once he knew he had a little girl he cared so much for.
お前ら海軍は海賊を捕まえりゃすぐに縛り首だろうがな。俺たち海賊は生かそうが殺そうが自由なんだよ。あばよ。
I found that moment quite telling, to be honest. It kind of serves to blur the lines of good and bad quite a bit. Gave me some serious thinking time.
するか？おめおめ命助けられた話なんて俺みてえなちっぽけな小僧にするか普通。弱虫や卑怯者じゃできやしねえ。
Again though, the story is written so damn well, you wouldn't think this would be his concern now, but he is wrapped up in an entirely different headspace to what I'd have thought.
お前のパパほど強くて優しい男は見たことがねえ。
That's getting its own win, him using this moment to let her know how strong of a man her father is, because he lived that day, because he chose her over being a Marine, because he's strong like here.
あの風見鳥に当ててみろ。
風見鳥、あれか。今度こそ命をかけた本当の勝負なんだ。
A prime example really of the bravery of Usopp. Yes, he tried to run because he was scared, but then he's able to push himself to be brave, and that speaks to his character.
いつものように撃てばいいんだ。
Showing us her being nervous for him like this tells us how she's changed her opinion of both him and the situation just now, and is obviously rooting for him. Basically, having his life's most important events flash before his eyes was a stupidly nicely added element there.
父親のように。
Amazing stuff. Between the unique shot as he fired it, the tension in the air, her changing her mind about Usopp, him hitting his target bang on, his words to him, and that music, it's Max wins, baby.
結構やるじゃん、おっさん。
これ。
いいの、あんだよ。
Also though, her being really sweet now and gifting him the goggles she bought for her father, wholesome.
落ちぶれたと後ろ指刺されても、あの人は愛するものを守るために戦ってきたのね。
That music still, and her words got me for a second there. My god, they build some emotional scenes effortlessly.
の勇者になっていつか親父の前に立つんだ。
Also though, finally, I love how this positively affected Usopp as a man. It was huge, really.
サンジ探したよ、サンジ。10年間。
Oh, that so wasn't getting a win until those final words. Just enough to make me be like, oh!
10年間。
Well, That's even more unique than I thought it'd be.
彼女の名はカルメン、イーストブルー一の料理人。
Butchie from Captain Kuro's gang again.
は？見られよ。
そう、私はイーストブルーのナンバーワンコック。
It's a pretty simple premise, but I do like how they're all carrying around cooking related stuff. For some reason it really got me. They handed in the photos with like a pizza oven shovel. A series of actually tasty looking food, and your boy is a veggie. Not just putting what looks like actual writing into it rather than merely scribbles, but putting lots of other details into it like the pictures and so on. Also those two in the background. That wasn't originally getting a win until we saw her just really dizzy on the floor afterwards and getting carried off.
相撲家って厄介な大佐がいるんだい。そいつに見つかったら麦わらへの復讐もみんなおじゃんなんだよ。
I believe this episode is considered anime canon. Not exactly sure what that means, but regardless, I like how we're still getting scenes like this rather than it all be randomly about Sanji cooking.
たくた道具タウン出る前に食うもんは食っとかねえとな。許せるわけがねえ。サンキューな。
It continues to be hilarious to me that they keep finding themselves in the same area and yet not running into one another. Impressively animating all of these characters moving back there.
グランドラインに一番近いせいか、イーストブルーはもちろん他の海の魚が取れることもあるんだ。
Adding this because I just thought it was a really interesting piece of lore to add to the episode and the story at large.
お、なんか上がったらしいぜ。行ってみっか、あんちゃん。
Also though, I almost never do this, but this dude can have a win. He's just really soft-spoken, makes Sanji feel at home, gives him a few compliments and tells him some bits. I like things like that.
見ろよこれ、変な魚。
なんだサンジ、食材図鑑なんか引っ張り出して勉強か。
なんだオールブルーって。
伝説の海さ。世界中の魚が泳いでるって話だぜ。
Also, an unexpected treat in an anime canon episode is getting a little bit of backstory on Sanji like this. It's not huge, but it nicely complements him as a character.
商品？
そう。今日これから年に一度の料理コンテストが始まるのさ。
Actually giving him a very valid reason as to why he should enter the competition he was challenged to at the start. A much better reason than him doing it because he fancies her or something.
さあやってきました。年に一度の祭典、料理コンテスト。
It's great to me that it's clearly not the case that the bare minimum was put into this. The stage and everything else looks amazing. Fireworks going off, it's a whole thing.
ねえ、ちょっとあれ見て、あれ。
これはサンジじゃねえか。
Also using this event to bring all of them, potentially anyway, back together and into the same area.
しかしなんでまたこんな大会に出てんだよお前。
おう、ウソップいたのかい。
俺が最初に声かけたんじゃねえかよ。
Yeah, that's Sanji all over really. Usopp was the first one as well, albeit only by a second.
さあいよいよ決勝だ。
すんげえ盛り上がりようだな。
I'm glad they didn't waste any time here. It's not the focus of the episode. We really didn't need to see a bunch of nobodies cooking meals. I dare say that they saved on the animation budget and used a montage for the last win so they could use it all here. Tons of movements for both of them cooking and it shows. Might surprise you, but this is like the first time I've seen what the world actually looks like and how it's split up. I really appreciated this moment.
絶対に俺が見つけ出してやる。
伝説の海。
オールブルーを。
See, this is a good way of doing it. You can touch on his dreams and his goals without altering anything. It's a good way of doing anime canon, I suppose.
なんだ。私が許せない。いつか勝負したいと思ってた。
They're getting two wins here. Firstly, it's for Sanji winning. I really didn't think that'd happen. I literally thought to myself, she'll win that, and then she didn't.
だが、あの時から10年間、お前の夢は変わらない。お前の料理、美味しかった。
But then also one here for making her character a lot better than merely she wants to challenge him. She did meet him 10 years ago, as she says at the start. They joke it's been 10 days, so yeah, good twist. I always enjoy seeing the difference between how he treats men and women, and we see that here, but his voice acting really scores the win. He sounds so angry at being hit by him. Not chasing after a hat on the spot. Basically, everyone now moving in the same direction towards Luffy. Something big is going down, I love it!
あんたはこの私を初めて殴った男だから。
俺が殴った？
Everyone totally turning against Luffy in that moment. Didn't expect that. Oh no, wait a second! Hold up a minute! Take 3 steps back! That's her! My god, I didn't expect that! This is one of the most shocking moments in the entire thing!
この海で一番美しいものは何だい?
So very much animation though!
この世界に私の美しさの前にひざまずかない男はいないんだ。そんな私は強い男が好き。
His face is absolute perfection in how he's reacted to her and what she's saying. That's magic, that is.
あんたは私のものになるのよ、ルフィ。
うるせえ！やだ！お前誰だ？
Can I just say it's also a decent twist in the story that she wants him, not revenge? Maybe for now anyway, but yeah, I thought she'd be angry and want to fight and that's it.
危害を加えた現行犯で逮捕する。そしてそこ処刑台から降りなさい。
あら。
Also, I'm not even gonna Google it. That's definitely my guy Endeavor from My Hero Academia. I swear his and All Might's voice plus Dio, I can pick them out a mile away.
私は悪魔の実を食べて変わったのさ。その名もすべすべの実。
Ah, now that's good. I'm really glad that was the reason. I did think it weird that she not only got skinny but also taller, but it makes perfect sense.
俺は復讐の執念。ただそれだけで仲間の元にたどり着いた。それはまさに大冒険。
I tell you, if cover stories keep on getting mentioned in the main manga and anime, then it really is fully canon, because he's clearly talking about the events I covered in the last video.
だけどもバギー君がって何言わせんだこら！
バギーだ！
今頃思い出したんかい！
He's slowly becoming one of my favourite villains for how he sounds when he loses his temper. It's great.
気圧が異常に落ちてくわ。こんな異様な下がり方は初めて。
ああ、はぐれちまった。それに何か妙な気配がしやがれ。
はい。麦わらのルフィの他に道家のバギー、金棒のアルビだ。
Expertly building towards a huge main event for the end of the arc as a massive storm is coming and all of the main players are grouping together. Hype! It's cool that Sanji immediately runs off as well, clearly caring far more for his captain than the fish.
処刑って初めて見るよ。
Luffy not quite understanding what's going on is a small part of the win, but I was more impressed by how the animators moved all of the pirates down below like that.
ゴーイングメリーゴーが危ないわ。
ゴーイングメリーゴーが海軍の手に。
Nami keeps on proving her worth to the team by thinking ahead like this and understanding that the Marines will likely go after their ship. The ship randomly reacting to what he's saying down there.
最後に何か一言言っとくか。せっかく大勢の見物人がいるんだからよ。
Usopp has got some of the best reactions, but I gotta say, Luffy has some of the best facial reactions. Reminds me of when he was told to leave by Nami, so he got fed up.
俺は海賊王になる男だ！
Feels right, him taking the time to state this intention in the same place where a pirate of so much fame and renown met his end after yelling out his own message to the world.
よりによってこの町でなんて大それたことを。
Ever since the Captain Kuro arc, I've been issuing out wins for masses of people and placing them all correctly. I'm genuinely shocked Oda included so many witnesses. It must have been a pain to animate.
待て！
I knew it was a good idea to have 2 cool guys in the anime. Now Zoro and Sanji have turned up. You give me a shot from above, moving all of them, then some freshly baked bread movements from Zoro and Sanji, and you just gone and scored yourself max wins. That was sick.
処刑台さえ切り倒せば。
Zoro looked so damn cool in that shot, I can't not give it a win.
終わり。俺死んだ。
That was huge and nerve-wracking. That had to get Max Wins as well. Him saying goodbye. Then what came after just had me watching shocked, no pun intended, for over 60 seconds. Wow. We all knew he'd be okay, but it still doesn't stop it from being a win, does it? Have a win here for all of the fights ensuing after Luffy escapes and the Marines pour into the square.
違う。あいつあの瞬間、本気で自分の人生がここまでだと思った。死を。
It's cool how this is the second time someone has had this vision of Luffy. First the man in the bar and now him. It's like they really do see something in him.
これが全て偶然か。まるで天があの男を生かそうとしてるよ。
He's a seriously interesting Marine. It's like he's looking at things from an almost mythological approach.
運命の嵐は来たれ。
Props for again ending the episode in a big way with this end reveal of a new character seemingly controlling the storm. I'm really happy that we're seeing a continuation of the battle in the square. When the last episode ended, I kind of figured that would be the end of it. Glad that's not the case. It's a nice touch that he's actually saying sorry whilst trying to arrest her, I must admit. He's a bad guy, but like I said, he is still one of my favourites. Never fails to make me laugh, so take that win that he's okay. I gotta say, that's not bad, considering his devil fruit ability to rearrange his body parts and then, yeah, he can turn himself into a car of sorts. I figured they'd make it down to Luffy and another small battle would take place. Pretty cool to cut down my exclamations by reminding me that the powerful smoker is still very much in the action. This dude shouting out his special move like he's legit in My Hero Academia sounded awesome. Getting to see the same scene from a side angle only made it look more awesome. And now, just as in win number 1341, I'm shocked that there's not some big fight here between them either. He's just that strong, has his men trained that well that he captured them. Is this a gun covered in a bag of sorts because it's raining? If so, that's awesome. It definitely looks different to the net type weapons shown just now. Not 100% sure though. A nice addition of lore there regarding the Marines' new weapons that can seal devil fruit powers. That's pretty awesome and worrying for Luffy. Another different looking city scenery shot. As much as this made me laugh, I was more overwhelmed by the cuteness of Richie enjoying that egg.
Come on!
I don't even care that I already winned it, I'm just floored that they put bags over their guns due to the rain and the risk of them stopping working. That's an amazing touch. Dude couldn't really get much more awesome if he tried, to be honest. Also though, because it would appear as though he's using his smoke ability to move the bike, which is actually even more awesome, so he did manage it. My god, Sanji, pick a side, my brother! Every time! Another example of my win from back at the weapons store, he doesn't feel the need to point out what kind of man he really is or disagree with her. He knows what he's about and that's that. As always, a series of fresh-looking attacks will never not get them a win. When each one has to be basically choreographed, then it really does just deserve that win. At the same time, I like the fact that he's so much stronger, he's able to hold her off with one hand on his sword and draw his other calmly like this. That was awesome. Almost felt as though in his mind he was fighting Kuina from all that time ago and thus took it very seriously from the start. It's a small thing, but I liked seeing the effects of the building water rather than it raining endlessly and making no difference to anything. Just understanding here in a very simple way how important of a sword this is to Zoro. Also, it's again another simple thing, but I always enjoy watching him put his swords away. The animation always looks so good as he slowly slides it back into the sheath. When you add that gorgeous background music, which just adds epicness to the scene, and then show that part of his background relating to this event, you score yourself a very easy win. Zoro no longer being able to hold in his emotions regarding what she both looks and sounds like, as it comes pouring out in quite a funny way, but most importantly, a poignant way. Nah, he's just a casual dude to the people who haven't offended him or hurt his friends, and I love it. Having said that though, he definitely does see a challenge here and is taking it seriously, likely as a goal to reach the Grand Line, is taking this guy out of his path. One Piece is just chock full of nice touches, as I call them, such as naturally having defences pointed out to sea when you're in a location that used to be swarmed by pirates. This is where Nami uses that big beautiful brain of hers. I admire Usopp wanting to stay there to collect Luffy, Zoro and Sanji, but she makes a great logical point: you can't let the ship be sunk. They really are making the end of this arc so tense. He's now having to fight at the very end just to make it onto the boat, like they really want to stop them from leaving. It's intense, boy. Man, I don't want to keep hearing that he's a coward. My guy is safe on the ship basically, like he made it, but he jumps into the water to aid Sanji in his own escape like an absolute boss. Again, whilst it is a simple thing, they've only gone and done the same shot as before when I praised it, but this time the rain is causing even more flooding than before. I see you, animators! That probably wouldn't normally score a win, but for the fact that they made him step forwards before shooting it out, and in the process totally made him look 2 times more badass than he already was. 2 wins here. First of all, this is hands down the best fruit ability to date. It's so powerful but so unique, so it's genuinely got me hyped for the future and what's possible out there. But also it's definitely a JoJo type situation, as I call it. I can't figure out a way it will be possible for Luffy to win unless there's again outside intervention. Dude seems too strong. That is kind of creepy, I agree, but also his entire body can turn to smoke? That's OP, is it not? I'm so pleased that I correctly called it a few episodes back when I said his ability must let him kind of move around. Not teleport, but close to it, and then he definitely does it here. Ah, I nailed it! I knew there had to be some outside influence to aid Luffy after seeing his power, and things just got 14 times more intense with this dude turning up. Goodness me! I adore stuff like this, how they just let a mystery go ahead and be a mystery for a while. No need to reveal everything all at once, just give me bits and bobs and I'll be happy. I mean, come on! If this is another Devil Fruit power, then it's insane. It's exactly the kind of power you'd need to beat Smoker, and of course, it essentially resets the chessboard here. Nice touch seems to be the words of the video for part 9, and again, here we see tons of examples of extensive damage done to the town that adds to the realism and is appreciated by me. Might sound weird, but I feel like I can finally breathe now that they're all finally safe and back on the ship. That was way too close at the end there, very tense. Oh, bless her heart, she's so happy to see them all. Man, oh man, Oda really didn't need to go and treat us all to so many beautiful pieces of lore this arc, but he did it anyway. This just sets things up for the future so damn well, I cannot wait. Ah, it's so cool, they know who he is, what he can do, and we, well, I have no clue. That's some great pacing and lore distribution if I've ever seen it. I figured they'd be one and done for the story for now. They're great characters, so I knew it wouldn't be forever, but it's hyping me up, the notion that they're gonna follow. He then only goes right on ahead and makes it even more awesome by putting Buggy and her back into the focus of the next arc, as well as Smoker and Kuina Light. That's just a joke, she's a good character. To me, Oda is stupidly good at adding logical lore, otherwise someone might say, how do they know exactly where to sail their ships? This is how. It really does feel important as well. They're all on the ship heading to their goal, epic music playing, it's bloody wonderful stuff, and another amazing end to an amazing arc. Everyone giving their reasons for going to the Grand Line and what they want to achieve there. But also, best of all for me was Usopp slightly hesitating to admit his, but going through with it. Clearly he trusts them greatly. It's so well done as an ending, it just has to score a follow-up win. It really does make me smile and truly feels like this is a grand adventure. My girl Nami just casually changing her clothing like I wouldn't notice and give it a win. The fact that you can see Luffy change his hand positions in the air so that he lands facing their direction. Luffy's excitement, but definitely that backwards kick from Sanji. I just had to show that, him then doing the same thing to Zoro. I really appreciate the detailed map to let me know more of what's going on. Not only that, but then they go and give us an even more detailed look right up close of what's happening. I know I keep on comparing her to someone from Naruto, but once more she displays why Luffy wanted her as the navigator on board. She really does know her stuff, and it's her first time here. It's unexpectedly adorable that Nami went and put on a lovely little rain jacket due to the weather. That was likely a right pain to animate, but they really did a good job of it there. That actually looks awesome, gives it a real mysterious vibe. What I like most about it is that it clearly has to be man-made, so who made it and why? There's those damage animators, crazy good at their job on display again. As much as it made me laugh, it's actually a really good use of his abilities and serves to show how when Luffy is serious, he doesn't have to think quickly on his feet. There's those two in the background doing the same dances as when they chatted about the Wanted poster. Oh, you sneaky little so-and-sos, don't think I didn't see that, what the hell? Oh, clearly a dude from the arc we skipped. Oh well, he gave me a very confused laugh, and you know what? They can keep the wins all the same. Nami just helping us out by getting rid of the last trace of that filler arc. I made myself laugh right in that for some reason. That's a huge and important win right there, the first time they're ever seeing these amazing feats, and us of course, well, me really, but yeah, felt massive and again like a true adventure. That animation there was so damn gorgeous looking and smooth that it actually easily grabs 2 max wins. For it to be that smooth, you know people toiled a hell of a long time on it, and it shows.
完璧なる海図を勇敢なる海の戦士の証をここが世界で一番偉大な海グランドライン
With that music, it really made this moment feel even more epic than it already was. The arrival at the Grand Line as everyone thinks to themselves that their goal is one step closer to being in reach.
この先のどこかにワンピースがあるんだ
Take one final win here for this, a true ending to the entire saga. It's amazing to me that not only are episodes more often than not wrapped well, but arcs are really well done, and even more so, sagas. So that's going to be the end of the East Blue Saga. Darth Weirdo, Matthew Blunsett, Mao Liao, The Elemental Awards, Christopher Willis, Draki, Fancy Turtle, Kepan, Minimasher, Marquez, Orkeeper, Steelers, The Epic Commander, Bird Without a Word, Brandon Creer, Brian Bayot, Cameron, Christopher Tawasa, Commander Cyrus, Doggos for Life, Dragonstorm 35, Emmanuel Gonzalez, Aaron Winters, Guru, I Am Here, Your Edvinson, Kevin Alston, Cumfroik, Carly Welp, Lisa Marie Timp, Luis Minito, Magnus, Nathan Burr, Nightly Winter, Peter Milligan, Ruby Rose, Sataka Yari, Zyonx 44, Sean, The 100s, Tiger Lily Warrior, Subito, Wiccan Faye, Ali 50, Brainless Ben, Cecilia, Cedric, Cloud Garden, Dark Lord Bloody Soul, Devon, Iso, Garrett Vermish, Gibbs, Isel Caldera, Jason Davies, John, Jafford6263, Calnock, Kevin Nelter, Kevink102, Knuckle Duster, Chris Madden, KY158, Carl Jones, Laxor, Laxus, Liam Gogati, Lifty, Lionel Schultz, Marvin, Malcarius, Michael Lewis, Modiverum, Mudini, Mr. Firecool, Natsu Dragneel, Nick Monaco, Nick Pell, 9028, Oliver Smiley Reacts, Q Flash, Ryan DeVirus, Sentimento, Storm970, TRS, The Danish Muggle, Tricky Nicky, Willyman.